It didn't work. Whatever. All right, so you're 50. We have achieved. We are 5% done of the Fortress of Longdeath. Welcome back. We haven't had as many deaths recently. This is officially the longest fort I've ever done. So there's nowhere to go but down from here. Figuratively and literally. You're waiting for a flying titan to introduce itself? I looked at the world, and there are, like, 10 bronze colossi in this world. Don't know about any flying titans. You need to remember that I do have a really strong military. It's small, but it's strong. It's made up almost entirely of fully decked out in steel spearmasters, right? So I do have a really strong military. Yeah, I mean, if it's a flying, fire-breathing thing, that could be a problem, but eh. So current overview of the fort. Still haven't done anything with the tower. I don't know when I will. Maybe on year 100. That'll be 100-year tower or something. I don't know. I keep on saying I'm going to put another layer onto the walls. And we actually kind of started doing that yesterday, but then I got distracted and didn't. So, I think I'm going to do that now, though. We're going to work on the walls. As far as the fort itself goes, the named dwarves that are still alive is Euthyrus, Screw, DeBerries, Audio, King, Jellybutt, who's still chained up, Simtaxagon, Bastet, Horny, Astro, Eric Shadowblade, Aegis, Salantra, Slipple, Cheers Jamie, Violet, Pispan, Pilot grew up, by the way, Pispan, Jack Nerick, Jackie, Goats, Scrumpet, Pablo, Suey, Wave Thrash, Dragonman, Ham. Dragonman had his first child, or her first child, rather. Ham, Eripterus, Great Padinsky, Animal, Lump, Squug, Rhinestone, Hot Cup of Tea, B-Lug, Disco Waffles, Hobo, Petra, Eternal, Barons, and Nervicious. Nervicious is the first second-generation dwarf we have in the fortress. Literally, their entire extended family is in the fortress. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Flying steel humanoid, how about you don't suggest such horrible things, okay? Okay, Zapdos, whose side are you on? But yeah, so Petra's, or Narvicious is a fascinating dwarf, but Petra just grew up, so I need to give Petra some work. I don't actually know what Petra likes. I'll have to figure that out. Lemonite and pig iron. Well, you're going to be a smelter. Groundhog leather, mittens, and hatch covers. Clothing and smelting. Crafts. Clothes making. And blacksmithing. Furnace operating. We'll also give you hauling. Cleaning, lever ops, all this stuff. And why not? We'll also give you mining. And currently you're vomiting everywhere. Dwarf? Like, do you want, like, well, I don't have any dwarfs to give you. And I don't have a command for that. And you don't have a dwarf in this fort. To answer both those questions. There are no unnamed dwarves in the fort. They are all named. Every single one of them. With one completely in the fortress? Yeah, well, we've had that now. I'm not digging. I don't want to dig into the family tree too close. I want them to be like cousins. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I've seen a lot of moods like fondness after speaking with a family member or fondness after speaking with a loved one. I saw a human tell the story of the popularly supported creation of the position of lawgiver by the human OSEP nested clashes in the Confederacy of Sport in the early spring of year 2 at the Simple Dinner. It is interesting. The humans are giving us history lessons. No, this fort is Dwarf, not Alabama. We're still pretty isolated, though. Pretty goddamn isolated, I'll say that. But yeah, kind of back on the monitor discussion. I've had the problem of monitors for a really long time because, like, mine work, right? They work. They look awful, but they work. And every time I look at monitors, it's always a, holy fuck, monitors are expensive. If you want something even remotely decent, they're really expensive. Like, my main monitor, the one that I've had for 11 years, which doesn't know what red is anymore, was not a fancy monitor. It was like $210, I think. 27-inch, it's 59 hertz. It's kind of crap. It was like the first generation of monitors that really were thin. It doesn't have great white balance. It's like, its coloration is bad. Like, it's not a very good monitor at all. Would I consider them Canadian dwarves? No, they're dwarves of the absolute realm. What are you talking about? If they were Canadian, they would be dwarves of Canada, but this map looks nothing like Canada to me, so. Although, on the topic of nothing like Canada, my mountain home is still invading goblins, and these goblins are still spreading. Oh boy. Look at all those goblins. That's kind of a lot of goblins. The humans are also still spreading. In fact, they've founded 1, 2, 3 more towns. And one most recently is last year. These goblins ain't spreading much, so that's good. Those elves aren't spreading much. That's a thing. The elves, none of the elves have spread much. Our army is known. Everybody else. This dwarven faction is doing great because they're not constantly at war. I feel like we might just, like, try and fight Spidery Desert. I'm never gonna do that. I can't. I have a second. Okay, so I have a second computer, right? Which is hooked up to my TV. I can never play games on that. I feel the delay. Like, I play so much with a low latency monitor. Whenever I touch a TV with any kind of controller, I feel that delay, and it drives me nuts. So Semtaxagon, our human, has actually gotten a little bit depressed. Is 79 years old. Getting up there for a human. Has crinkly hair, which is mixed with gray. Mixed with white, rather. Gray mixed with white. Had a pretty bad foot injury once, but had that injury before he came here, so. Seems to have had a pretty happy life. Shovel Brews in the fortress. There's nothing admirable about bullying others. Very thoughtful saying. Has a few kindred spirits in the fortress. Words. Good friends with Belug and Lump. And Ham as well. One monitor that looks awesome and one that just works. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can never do the TV thing because TVs are way too harsh on my eyes. I've never had a good low-light TV. Like, for me, the most important things about a monitor is it has to be 1080p. I can't do monitors that are higher than 1080p. I just can't see it. Like, it's literally, I can't see it. It's a Freudian slip. Go easy, sir. The dwarves are here to trade. But no, I think the problem is, like, when you realize that I'm not just purchasing a monitor when I go to buy a monitor, right? When I'm buying a monitor, I want 2 monitors. And not even just because I need them to match, but because I need to upgrade both of these monitors. Both of these monitors are getting up there in age. That makes things complicated. Makes things really complicated. Like, I've been trying to convince myself for a while that I don't want a third monitor. Because I know exactly what I would use it for. It would be a full screen OBS, basically. Full screen OBS, and then I could just split this window between chat and notifications and shit. And third monitor over there could just be OBS and, like, actual internet monitoring so I know what my frame rate is. It would give me a lot of extra screen real estate, which would be extremely helpful while streaming. I would love a third monitor. It would also give me more desk space, because then I could justify getting triple arms, but then it's like, well, suddenly I'm looking at like, what, $240 a monitor? Ish? Like, that's... I could buy a 38. And as we've talked about many times in the past, I'm not exactly Mr. Moneybags over here. I wish I was, but I'm not. Don't need all those plant sparrows. I also don't need all of these seeds. Caper seeds, white mullet, blackberry, quinoa. Like, a lot of these seeds can just go. I'm not planting artichoke or raspberries. So, I don't know. Oh, well. And I feel like we've had, like, these discussions before where, like, the topic of monitors will come up, and then someone will always inevitably suggest that, all right, let's start the buy blind to monitors fund. And then, like, we actually talk about it for, like, 10 minutes, and then it very quickly comes to terms of, oh, yeah, no, that's, like, almost more than I'm comfortable putting up in a goal on the stream, you know? When you used a third monitor, the third one was for recording, and I don't even stream, but I imagine notifications and stuff would be useful. The third one would be for OBS monitoring. And, because, like, kind of the most popular, like, streamer setups, like, the best use of space, actually, for monitors, is main monitor for game, second monitor for streaming PC and OBS, third monitor for chat, blown up and big, fourth monitor for notifications. That's, like, kind of the optimal setup I've seen. I wouldn't need that because I don't have a 2PC setup. But having another monitor for OBS and Discord, and then being able to make chat bigger would be very helpful. My name is Mistum. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Mostly just metals, but I always ask for a little bit of leather. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft worship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Farewell, Screw. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And you know, at the same time, I kind of would much rather do like what I did with this, right? If I happen to be lucky and have a good month where I make a good amount of money, I just buy it, right? Like, I didn't do any kind of funding for new cameras. There was once I bought it, hey, anybody want to help me pay this? And I put like a quarter of the cost up in a tip goal. But that was it. Like, I didn't fundraise the, like, $600 I'd need for that. Because that's a lot of money. Do I have any crafts I can trade? I think I probably have a ton. Yep. Bring those. You know? Like, that's a lot of money I'd need to fundraise for that I could be putting towards other things, like bills. And then when suddenly all of my money that I pay for, or that I make for a month goes towards buying a monitor, that becomes, or monitors, that becomes tricky when suddenly it's like, well, that's all of a sudden the majority of the money that I made, and I promised that I would buy all this stuff right now. It gets tricky. I don't know. I would love new monitors, but I don't know how reasonable it is to ask for, like, basically $600 Canadian.
Well, whatever
monitors.
I can do to help, I'm willing.
Cheers, man. Thanks for being the first person not on the leaderboard this week. Without to sound like at risk of sounding like I'm complaining, money's been real slow this month. The first week was great. Everything beyond that has been really slow. But it's okay. We will be fine. That's a lot of beer. Holy shit. Are we making alcohol that I don't know about?
Me too.
No, we're not. Cheers, Ocelot. $5. Thanks for the $6. 100 more bits and that's a hype train. But it has to be from a different person. Cheers, guys. But for those of you who haven't seen this fortress, let's do a kind of a proper overview. Overview! The dwarves alive are, from the bottom to the top, Nervicious, Barones, Eternal, Petra, Hobo, Disco Waffles, Belug, Hot Cup of Tea, thanks Vin, Rhinestone, Squug, Lump, Animal, The Great Pedinsky, Eurypterus, Ham, Dragon Man, Wave Thrash, Suey, Pablo, Scrumpet, Goats, Jackie, Jack Nurek, Pispan, Pilot, cheers Jamie, Slipple, Cilantra, Aegis, Eric Shadowblade, Astrobanjos, Horny, Bastet, Semtaxagon, Jellybutt, King, Audio, DeBerries, Screwing you through.
666, the number of the beast. Sacrifice is going on tonight.
Hobo, how does that make you feel whenever you hear that cover? I didn't see that one. Hold on. Thanks for the 10 bits. Sorry, relax. It says tip message deleted. The $10. Man.
I'm doing my part.
And Pilot Guy, thanks for re-upping that subscription. $10 USD. So, like, what? $14 cat? Actually, what even is that in CAD right now? I don't actually know what the exchange rate is currently. $13 and 34 cents. The 10 packs! What happened to that? Sorry, but my brain went to bits and then turned into dollars halfway through. The 10-bit Bic lighters. But if you'd like to hear about your dwarf, let me know. Hobo, your dwarf is a basket case right now, I'll have you know. It makes you wonder why the poor sap you got to record Shitty Maiden, and then you realize it was you and you spent 45 minutes on that. I'm glad that you spent 45 minutes on that. It was good. It's the worst Iron Maiden cover I've ever heard, frankly. And Ocelot, thank you very much for continuing your gift sub that you got from Faulted Thrower. Cheers, man. Cheers. I hope they give you the September discount for that shit. Because they should if they don't. That notification one? What, the 666 one? We're gonna request our trader at the depot. And President Weevil, how you been, dude? A minute. Hopefully you're doing well. Traders coming to trade. See how much these seeds sell for. Never mind, unhappy dwarf would like a meeting. Now you're gonna go trade. It's a good amount of money. Been good? Good to hear, man. Guys, thanks for the hype train, regardless of whether or not it levels up. Cheers, everybody, for all the tips. It's difficult sometimes because I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. Because, like, at the end of the day, I'm still here. I'm gonna hit my minimum, the minimum I need to make it and keep going. And I have, like, 3 to 6 months overhead. So basically, I have to make no money for 3 months, and then I start eating my savings. So, regardless, I'm okay. But all of the contributions that keep me stable is what gives me the ability to stick around in the long term. Making it a solid 6,000 bits. You needed 4,000 more until your next batch. I'm just gonna mute that one, because I think that one's gonna get me in trouble on YouTube. It's fine. Need to mute that one. Thank you, Hobo, Spitalier, or not, Spitalier, Hobo, and Ofsalot. That's the one that I missed. And then Zapdos making it a solid 6,000 bits. Cheers, guys. You guys are a little bit ridiculous. Also, right on the dot at 300 gift subs? Crazy. You love that song? Yeah, it does mean things on YouTube to me. Or it did mean things to me on YouTube the other week. I got sniped by it recently. And now Hobo's taking us to the 90s. It looks like. Talia, thank you very much for gifting this up. Cheers, dude. I have been in this place before. There's another one right about anytime this week. Don't do anything stupid, Zapdos. I don't know. I'll just say don't do anything stupid, please. Yeah, I need to nuke the 206 one or change it to something else. What I might do is maybe try and get another terrible cover of it. Because I think terrible covers are a good way to get around those. As long as, like, they aren't really recognizable to algorithms as covers. What else can I buy from the humans? Let's buy some lobster and fish. Fish. And that's it. Thank you very much, Hobo. For all of the bits. I lost count of how many. Be careful during the hype trains because, like, it doesn't say how much you've spent. But frankly, I don't know. Good. Don't give me a heart attack, Zapdos. Should have been 1.5k. That's what you bought? Gotcha. Cheers, man. For the 15 bucks in that case. I'll buy all of these steel anvils and we're going to melt these fuckers. Any gems I want? Not really. Thanks, stupid. As all the dwarves continue bringing these crafts, I'm just going to trade and give these as gifts when I get the opportunity. But seriously, guys, cheers to you. Mouse says thank you. So does Rubber Duck. Hey, animal. Meep indeed. How's your day, man? Thanks for the channel points, friend. 2 tier 2 subs. Damn, dude. Thank you very much for gifting subscriptions to Delta and Cutest Ghost. Thank you very much. He's been going like a toot-toot. You're getting some math chucked into your brain. Yeah, math will do that. Especially when it hits you. Ooh. A weasel takes the full force of the impact. Did a weasel just fall out of a tree? What? I mean, no, that was a while ago. I think a weasel just fell off of a ledge. Okay. Weasel must have tripped. Yeah, looks like the dwarves are leaving. But thanks for all of the crazy gifts, guys. You don't even have tier 2. I mean, you should now. But thanks, guys, for the scam train. Cheers. That's kind of bonkers, Zapdos. Thanks for the 5 gift subs and the $24 in bits. Cheers, everybody. Looks like there go the dwarves. So let's see what news they gave us. They said that there's much to share. Goblins down here have spread more. So these goblins are starting to make me kind of nervous. Little bit. Humans haven't changed. Looks like they're just still at war. Can you have a dwarf again? You're attracted to dying? I mean, if a dwarf gets born and you're quick about it, potentially. Because there's many people here who have never had a dwarf, right? Whereas your dwarf is in history already. Like, I'm trying not to give people doubles if possible. Ham, you need another cabinet. Also, for some reason, the dwarves do not want to dig there. Reason for that. Try digging around you. Like they can't get down that for some reason. I wonder if it's got anything to do with the fact that this is on top of it. Move that. Hopefully I remember wrong. Yeah, pets are a thing in DF. Any animal... Ooh, that needs to be slaughtered. Any animal can be made available. Whoops. Any animal can be made available. So you can just make them available as pets. And then if there's a dwarf that fancies that animal, the dwarf will go and claim that animal. They will raise it as their own. And then when they die, they get real sad. Except for cats. Yeah, cats are grand, powerful beings that will sometimes choose a unlucky dwarf to be their servant. For all eternity, of course. Cats are buttholes? Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Yeah, we just had a hype train, so I would say all is well. All is indeed well. We were talking about monitors earlier and how monitors are expensive. And I think that caused a hype train. Zapdos. Thank you very much for gifting subscriptions to General Grub, Super Zip, who literally just followed 2 seconds ago. Alistair, a.k.a. Corpse, And wrecks a lot. Well, I mean, enjoy the ad-free viewing. Welcome to the stream, Super Zip. Thank you, Zapdos. Cheers, man. Can I get a big round of beers for all of that? Seriously, man. Oh, Audio slipped into depression. Audio's been having trouble ever since he became an adult. The twos were a ruse? Were they now? The tier ones you were planning. I mean, you've got number 1 on the leaderboard for a bit there, that's for sure. Here's man. Keeping us up on that sub count. I kind of thought we were going to fall below 200 again, but thanks for padding those numbers. A lot happened when you stepped away? Yep. The streamer has milk money. Audio, please snap out of it. How old are you? You're 16? It's really, like, literally the main problem that Audio's had is he's away from friends. He's got lots of family, but no friends. Which is brutal. Put you on weaving, leatherworking, stone crafting. Maybe a few different types of crafts. If your girlfriend or mom asks, really? I don't know about that. I think the easiest one to explain, though, is just Patreon. That's the easiest one to explain to family members. It's like, it's just, you know. They've been pondering migratory patterns for a while, and they also animal diets. Also, disco waffles. You don't see this so often. Them getting happy thoughts from reading books. Felt free. This one also weirds me out. This dwarf is happy remembering not wearing clothes. Or felt free remembering wearing tattered clothing. It's like a fight the power, free the bodies type situation. Nudist dwarf, kind of. Also, I don't believe I've seen true animal diets before. It's a Bobcat Parchment Choir. Who wrote it? Padinsky wrote it. It concerns the foraging of animal behavior and diet of creatures. The writing is reasonably serious, and overall, it is amateurish at best. Wonderful. Just found and cut a laser pistol, and the description is a homage to DF. Really? What's the description? Yeah, I don't know why they don't want to mine this area out. What if I, like, channel this? Let's try this. Gotta be, like, some sort of furniture issue. Maybe this will make up for lost time. I'll say this. Don't ever feel bad about taking breaks from Twitch. Yeah, I think it's got to be a furniture pathing issue. Yeah, I don't ever feel bad about taking breaks from Twitch. And please, take breaks from Twitch. Spend time with family. You know, like, over the years, I've had many channels that I've loved watching and I've taken long breaks from. And I would recommend you do the same. Because, like, Twitch is a wonderful outlet. It's a beautiful place to have a pseudo-social life without actually having a social life. Are you trapped down here? Oh, I know the problem. I'm an idiot. That's a downstair, not an upstair. I fixed the problem. Yeah, that too. Use it as a way to get through work. Had a power outage. It looks like the train did not arrive at the station. No! That sucks. You want that one right now? Yeah, so the little gear, click the little gear beneath at the bottom of chat, and then you can change your identity is the option. You can turn on or off flares for tiers. You can choose which badge you want. Like, I could switch to the 100 sub-gifter badge instead of my check mark. I've gifted over 100 subs in my channel. But I cheat because I get, you know, my cut back from that, so. Still kind of a lot of money, though. I call it marketing expenses. The knight is striking down the nomad. So it's a unique weapon with a very dwarfy written description. That's funny. I know Borderlands has guns in almost every Borderlands that is just a homage to DF. It's almost always a masterwork crafts or a masterwork crossbow. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. So, yes, that did work. It did indeed work. But yeah, as far as monitors go, probably what I'll do, because I am very much in the budget, I'm going to wait until Black Friday and then see if I can just... Like, I don't care about door crasher deals, but... I don't generally buy stuff on Black Friday, but might this round and just pick up a monitor for me, or a set of monitors for me. See what I can get around that point, because that would be a little bit more reasonable in the grand scheme of things for me to go that route. So we're working on basement suites for my dwarves. They're all going to have basements with their own chair and table in them. Going to be the most luxurious luxury residences ever made for dwarves. Potentially. Maybe not potentially, but... Your tips and Patreons and subs. I mean, the best way to support people is Patreon. Patreon and direct donations. So, straight through PayPal and Patreon. But you get the most recognition from gift subs and whatever you want, really. Whatever works for you. Add a desk or a bookshelf and call it a study? Oh, I mean, well, I'm giving them all chests and cabinets and tables and chairs. Table and chair makes it into an office. And then I'm adding in other stuff. I think audio might be too far gone for Dwarf. Hopefully he snaps out of it. I was kind of hoping he'd tantrum and we could put him in prison, but there's also the problem of my sheriff's a little OP and has a tendency to one-shot people, so... He just punches them in the face and their head collapses into a pile of gore. It's delicious, one could say. Yes, but that's why you don't buy the door crashers. If I can get a 10% deal on a good monitor, I'll do that. I don't need to get like the 80% off ultra cheap crapo monitor. Also, like, it's called research, right? You know, you don't walk into Walmart and buy a TV on Black Friday. That's a bad idea. You look at a brand, and then when there's a slight discount on Black Friday, you buy that. That's what you do. It's all about being intentional about what you're buying and looking for a deal versus just buying what's cheap. People who only gift subs for clout. Yeah. Well, else financially, well, I guess what I mean to say is, Zapdos, is financially the best way to support somebody like me is through Patreon or direct tips, because Amazon doesn't take a large chunk of it, right? Same with bits. Like, bits are more direct with the amount that I get, but there's still a large chunk that's going to Amazon, right? But with PayPal, it's the smallest cut. So when I say recognition, I mean, like, if you gift a sub to somebody, then that's somebody else that gets a benefit from it versus just me. If that makes sense? Well, it's not even like a clout thing. It's just a other people benefit. That's why you tipped in USD, Saralak? Yeah. But it's a tricky thing because, like, gift subs are great. They help a lot of people. They make people's day better. It gives other people ad-free viewing, which is fantastic. Yes. The worst way to support broadcasters is that. There is no bad way to support people like me, though, right? Like, I'm of the opinion that there is no wrong way to support a broadcaster. There are some streamers out there who will straight up tell you not to buy bits and only tip. I think supporting the platform is important, you know? If people are buying in bits and cheering bits, then there's less pressure from Big Daddy Bezos to put ads on everything, you know? There still will be pressure, but it'll be lessened. Even just a little bit. So I do think that there is something to be said for supporting the platform, and I do think that that's an important part. And you won't ever see me suggesting people don't support the platform. Basement rooms. Yeah! Gonna be a bit of a pain in the butt to sign them all, but and keep tabs of them, but it's using up all this extra space that we have and getting the stuff done. Actually, something I want to. Should I cheat? Should I use Dwarven Sonar? Honest question. Should I use Dwarven Sonar? Is it a feature? Kind of. You're not a fan of it? So if you designate an area like this, but you designate all the way down, you can see where the caverns are. Here, actually, I'll show you. I'll show you what it is in a way that won't really help me. Go to the bottom. What are we doing? Uh-oh, Ham's having a tantrum. Ham tantrum! I'm gonna... Okay, so layer 171, right? If I go all the way to the edge here, this should show me. And go up like... Say up to this. I'm not seeing anything, actually. I was kind of hoping it would show me, like, the bottom of the lava. Kind of hoping it would show me, like, the bottom of a cavern lair. Here, I'll just show you. But I won't use it in a way that helps me. It is indeed a big square. I don't see any cavern layers. But yeah, no, it'll show you trees. Like spore trees underground. But regardless, if you guys don't like it, we won't do that. It's a bug. It is definitely a bug, but it's a bug that I know a lot of people use. Okay, where's Ham at? I hope you commit a minor crime. But nothing major. Designate big areas with my own hands. I mean, how else would I designate big areas? My nose? Have I ever used macros for that? I don't use macros for anything. I find it takes me longer to set up macros. Ooh! Why did the wood burner punch you? Huh. Asked me if you kept any ripe papaya in the back because the ones on display are slightly underripe, and I was like, why the fuck would we keep ripe papaya in the back? I'm trying to sell papaya and not have to throw any out because it's past ripe. I am well aware of how they work, yeah. But I don't like using them. I've tried, and I've had chat bother me to try macros many times, and usually it just ends with me making mistakes. But yeah, I'm not sure why that dwarf just came past and just beat the shit out of him. So Ham apparently committed a crime there. Maybe Ham started that fight, but he certainly lost. Oh, was found dead. Well, the sheriff didn't murder him. It was goats that did, I think. Yep, goats did. Oh, you know, dwarves are just dying. Yeah, the problem... a lot of my dwarves are just uber strong. Uber strong. I don't even entirely know what happened there. Grabs him by the earring. Wow. Yeah, no, he tried to punch. Ham tried to punch goats, and then goats just turned around and, like, ruffle stomped him. Strong from all the digging and hauling, yeah, exactly. So we've got so many dwarves that can just like cave your head in with a single kick. Mudstone, more like mud strong. But yeah, no, I'm well aware that for some people, macros are an assistance. For me and my various messing abouts, it generally ends with me just fucking up everything and having to tab out of the game to stop them. I've never had much luck with them. I don't know. There's other games as well that have macros as options, and I've never used them. I don't know. You literally just saw combat 2 seconds ago. A dwarf punched another dwarf in the head. But in this fort, nah, you won't see combat, most likely. Because I'm intentionally trying to avoid combat. But my weekend fort, so Saturday, there will certainly be combat. Wonder if the humans will offer their 7th tribute. Or what they will offer? Well, it should be here in a season. But yeah, you literally just saw combat. This is combat. But there was a dwarf here who was in a bad mood and started tantruming, and then another dwarf came by and he tried to slap him, and then the other dwarf just like kicked his shit in completely. Combat is more like whoa, 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 whoa kind of a situation, less of a precise player does things. It's more just like, dwarves, why are you fighting? Hold up, fucking stop. Stop killing each other, please. If that makes any sense. You am returned. Welcome back, it. Going to geld a bunch of piggies. Yeah, nope, too late. Everybody's dead. Like, that happened to another one of my forts where one dwarf got a little bit too mad in the wrong place in the wrong doorway at the wrong time, and then I went from 91 dwarves down to about 11. Combat is organized confusion, yeah. Although I'm kind of thinking about going to war, because we're at war with these goblins, and they're not really sieging us. But this thing here, the Joyous Devil, my mountain home has been at war with them for 10,000 years, it feels like. Basically, the entirety of this world, they've been at war with them. And I'm kind of tempted to send the Eternal Guard to go help. But I'm a little bit nervous. I don't really want to get sieged. I kind of want my traps to be done. They're very far from. Make that devil not so joyous. Yeah, something like that. My civ started the war. My civ started. I am completely innocent, I'll have you know. You lost power. Oh no. Back. Hopefully power's back now. Speaking of losing power, it's that time of the year where it gets windy and rainy up here. And my lights were blinking the other day, and I'm going, why haven't I bought a UPS yet? Ah! The stray boar kicks the stonecrafter in the neck with his right hoof, bruising the fat through the ropery cloak, and Slipple says, I was attacked. You will know my ferocity. Do you want any guesses as to why this boar kicked the stonecrafter in the throat? Did I buy the UPS? No, I didn't. UPSs are like 160 bucks, $200 ish. That's like my food budget for a month. More than my food budget for a month. Yes, gelding. So this dwarf just went and cut the boar's balls off, and the boar just kicked him in the neck. Bum bum ba da dum. Oh no, not dead. Just a bruise. Bad bruise. Bad bruise, I'd assume. Got lots of boars to geld. He's working on it. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Let's see if we can see one kick him. Suddenly just blood. I figured it was supposed to be sinister. Oh, did you actually get enough of an injury? His head is torn open. Oh, God. Where did it kick you that time? Kicks. Oh, my God. Kicked him in the eye. Ow. And the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. Did it literally take your eye out? Fucking hell. Slipple. I don't see anything about his eye is missing. Or her eye is missing. It's hard to tear an eye off. But an eye collapsing into a lump of gore is pretty impressive. Let's see how Scrumpet does. Doctor is good and drunk and happy at work, which is good. We don't have a lot of injuries around here. This dwarf needs to train dodging a little bit, I think. It's real funny when you geld cats. Reading the description, it's like the cat attacks the dwarf. Scratches the dwarf ferociously. It's always amusing to me. I like that meme that Squug just posted. Stray boar kicks a stonecrafter in the right arm with his right front hoof. As long as we don't lose any more eyes. Christ. Slipple, did you lose your eye? Satisfied after gelding a creature, but ferocity when attacked. Head is torn open. God, man. See how this goes. I'm gonna do better this time. No health problems. I guess eye is okay. I guess an eye collapsing into a lump of gore means it is healable? The piglets are fine from what I can tell. It's just the adults that are a problem. To cut the nuts off of a piggy? I mean, I guess you could try. I don't know how well you'd do. Generally, they just need to get better at dodging. Yeah, they're gelding them. Yeah. They're not killing them. They're literally... We're gelding all of the babies so that we can then slaughter them. Use pliers and clamp them. Oh. I don't even want to think about that. Didn't know that was a thing. How is he going to keep them from breeding? Oh, check this out. They're discussing justification. I don't think I've seen that before. If there's any books I don't recognize. True Animal Diets, that's the newest one, I think. Useful Ignorance. I don't believe I've seen this book. The written portion consists of a one-page essay entitled Useful Ignorance, authored by Rhinestone. Prose is amateurish at best. Work of art by Rhinestone. Also, Zapdos, out of curiosity, you said that you're looking to help people, right? Like people that have helped you. How in the hell have I helped you? I'm just some idiot on the internet streaming. History of beliefs, the conflict of theaters. Yeah, I've read all these other ones. Boss. Way to be blunt about it. Why would you hear Pinocchio yelling dodge? Oh, Piccolo, not Pinocchio. I was like, when did Pinocchio yell dodge? Piccolo, yes. Dad! I do fail at reading, yeah. Yep, clothes deteriorate over time. Dwarves will need new clothing, so if you see an X next to it, it's slightly deteriorated. The bolder the X gets, the more deteriorated it is. If it's a double X, it's like literally about to fall apart. So this one is double X Grey Langer vest. So Screw needs a new vest. Some dwarves don't mind wearing old clothing. Some really mind. Some will go murder somebody if you make them wear old clothing. Depends on whether or not they're a fashionista diva or not. Be surprised when the pandemic came around and I no longer got to see my friends. This was a place you turned to. Fair enough. I mean, when I was homeless, Twitch really helped me. Oh, hey, our Gobbo friend is back. When I was homeless, Twitch really helped me. There's a bunch of streamers that I watched throughout that I never really got to properly thank. But it was interesting. The white areas, there's snow. It's winter. So the outside of the fortress is outdoors technically, right? So it's winter right now, so it's snowing. So the creek is frozen. So it's white instead of blue and running. I can't unpause the game for some reason. Oh, I know why. Couldn't see it. Anyway, so the pathways have like white all over them because it's snowing on them. There's snow outside on the dirt. Tops of the trees will have some snow on them because like the snow won't get through the trees as much. It will a little bit if it's heavy snow, but generally the snow will just kind of perch on top of the trees. is what it's mostly done. A dusting of snow. It's a very light snowfall. But yeah, we've never really had a super heavy snowfall, but if it's a super heavy snowfall, it'll actually pile up to the point where it turns into tildes, sort of like water. And you'll actually start to see like snow piling up. But the light areas are snow. I dug underneath it. Literally all I did. Dug down on the outside, leaving one tile space, built a wall around the top, and then waited for it to freeze, dug out around the edges, and then all the areas that weren't mudstone already. If I go to the digging option, you can actually see the flickering green stuff is the stuff I constructed. So all this was dirt. So I just built around it, basically. That's all I did. It was very simple. Does it not collapse? Not unless I remove all supports. It's kind of like Minecraft where stuff doesn't have structural integrity. It had structural integrity for a bit, and then they removed it due to frame rate problems. It's another one of those features that's on the back burner that will hopefully be put back into the game one day. Doesn't stop cave-ins from happening, though. They still happen, okay, from time to time. I actually had a bunch of dwarves die in a cave-in accident in this fortress while we were digging out this center section here. Happened right there. Although, about up here-ish? Yeah, it was about that high up. They fell all the way down and went smash. In fact, I think that's still their blood. Yep. Cassie was one of the dwarves that was in that cave-in, but didn't actually die. Just heavily injured and got thrown in hospital for a bit. Yeah, no, there's quite a few features in Dwarf Fortress that are... I was rewatching a video about Dwarf Fortress last night, which I've seen before, but it's been a while, which was fascinating. Because they talked about how, or Zach actually in the video talked about how there's a lot of things that Dwarf Fortress does and a lot of things that Dwarf Fortress simulates that is kind of unprecedented, that very few things actually simulate. Right down to individual nerves, blood vessels, muscles, tendons, eyelids, stomach, digestion, all that shit that most software doesn't simulate and has no reason to. And because it simulates so much, you have this problem where people will think and claim that it's doing more than it's actually doing. It is one of the most detailed simulations of its type that is readily available. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that it doesn't do that people think it's doing, which is funny. This was like very heavily stated by somebody in the chat a couple days ago who streamed this game a bunch back in like 2012-ish on Twitch. And the most common comment they got was, "Oh my god, this game is real." Like, it's to the point where Dwarf Fortress is almost an urban legend. And I see that a bit on the Steam forums for the Steam version. And there's a lot of people going, wait, this is an actual thing? I thought this game was just like a fake game that people made up stories about. And there's a lot of people who seem to genuinely think that. It's kind of funny. Also kind of sad, but kind of funny. So for everything that Dwarf Fortress does simulate very realistically, there's quite a few things in it that it doesn't simulate at all that people think it does. Noise is one of those popular ones. Noise was a very... I think major's the wrong word. Noise was a mechanic that DF had for a while that it did simulate. But it's been more or less removed from the game completely. I think we're going to put gems in these walls up here. We'll do sards. I don't want the flickering gem windows. I just want the plain gem windows. Trying to make these walkways a little safer. or caravans. So a lot of people will tell new players, oh, be wary of noise pollution. It'll annoy your dwarves. Yes, it will. But almost nothing actually generates noise anymore. It used to be all workshops generated noise, and a lot of basic dwarven activity generated noise, animals generated noise. But it was too much for most people to deal with. I'm hitting T instead of Y. Which, in my opinion, is totally fair. I think dealing with noise pollution is difficult. Economy no longer in the game since 40D. I think it might even been removed before then. Yeah, no, economy hasn't been in the game in like 6-7 years. But there's still features for the economy in the game, which isn't confusing at all. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I've never tried to make dwarven milk, so... The thing that I really want to see, and the thing that I really want to know, and I was asking another stream about this the other day, but... Do you guys think that the game's still going to act like it's crashing when you're generating a world in the Steam version? Or do you think that they're going to iron that out and make it less obvious? And remember, if you do have questions about the Steam version or just Dwarf Fortress in general, think about them. And the reason you need to think about them is because we're going to have Tarn Adams on the stream again sometime in the next week. There will be an announcement video up on the YouTube channel and a Reddit thread. And I'm probably going to take questions through a Google Doc this time instead of... the way I did it last time. The way I did it last time was a little bit clumsy. So it's just, there'll be a Google form that I'll make, and you guys can just submit questions out. Will there be dwarfs in the Steam version? Probably. Can't confirm or deny the existence of dwarfs in the Steam version of a game called Dwarf Fortress. Wouldn't it be great if the Steam version came out and it was just elves? Like, all you could play is elves. No! But then, like, they do release dwarves, like, a week later. Dwarves are $5 DLC, obviously. The free-to-play version of Dwarf Fortress is Elf Fortress, where you have to play as elf. Actually, it could be called Elf Island. You just play on elves and there's nothing to fight. Imagine the salt. Imagine. Adventure mode is Forgotten Beasts. Isn't that just like inverse Monster Hunter? I would actually play that video game, Inverse Monster Hunter. Although that's kind of just Evolve, isn't it? You know, as good as that no-clip video DF interview is, I actually think that the On Doubt video, which is just Zach and Tarn talking about making Dwarf Fortress for 30 minutes, I think it's a much better little mini doc about DF. I think it's probably my favorite. But I think it's going to be lovely to have Tarn on the stream again, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun. Because last time went pretty well, aside from a few technical difficulties at the start. And, you know, frankly, I talked about this last time after he was on the channel. But, you know, I owe the Dwarf Fortress community a lot. Like, my channel was kind of dying in the trajectory that it was going. It was very much a downward incline, right? For the better part of about a year. But Dwarf Fortress, I think it's maybe a bit much to say that Dwarf Fortress has saved my channel per se, but it certainly has stopped me from going down, flattened me out, and has raised a little bit, right? Certainly financially. So without the Dwarf Fortress streams, I don't know if I'd still be able to do this full time, especially after what happened last year. So the fact that I'm still here is kind of incredible to me. And the one thing that I really do that's like kind of giving back per se, is those interviews that interview that I did with Tarn. It's, I think, the coolest thing that I've been able to do and had the opportunity to do. So I'm glad that he's coming back onto the stream because it's, I guess, like the one really, I think important's the wrong word, but way that I personally feel like I'm giving something to you guys, aside from just the streams. The annual tribute from the humans have arrived. It's carrying a piece of meat. Food. Did they bring us Rama's pie? I wonder. Let's see what the gift from the humans is. So for those of you who missed it, the other day we assaulted the humans and demanded that they give us yearly tribute, and they have ever since. See what they gave us. 5 blue peafowl meat, 5 red spinach leaves, 1 opossum leather water skin, 2 alpaca wool yarn, 1 rope reed hood, 5 garden cress leaves, 1 alpaca wool rope, 2 iron gauntlets, 1 rope reed bag, and 20 leek seeds. You know, every single one of those items is useful. Every single one. Good shit. Also, hey, Jack Nurkin, thank you, by the way. When you wall an area off, do the dwarves auto build a roof? No, you have to manually build every single tile. I know Tarn has talked about making building more automated, but you'll still need the materials for it. I kind of don't know if I want building to be more automated. They're dwarf-sized, yeah. They would say large. So if they were human-sized gauntlets, they'd be large iron gauntlets. So yeah, they're dwarf-sized. Kind of sad that Tranquil Ham died. So for example, this is the layer above where I'm building these walls on this walkway. Also, if you don't know, Rosifer, this is all open space. So this blue, this turquoise stuff that you're seeing is like depth of field fog that you'd see in like Silent Hill or something, or Donkey Kong 64 where stuff just fades off into the distance. That's what this is. It's open space. So we're building on this basically large walkway bridge, right? So we're building these walls. If I go one layer above this, it's this. So there's open space here. So we can actually see the areas where I've built these walls. These are the tops of walls. Dwarves can walk on these. They can also walk diagonally. So they can walk around this if I gave them a bridge up here. And there's no roof here. So over here, this is a building where I've actually constructed a roof. So this is a very similar thing. It's a platform suspended in midair that we've constructed. If I go one layer up, you can see the tops. Then you can see another wall that I built on top of it with ramps going up, which are kind of like a sloped ceiling in this case. And then if I go another layer up, you can actually see the pathway that goes over top of this building, and then eventually what leads to the top of the roof, a few layers up. I'm not at war with the humans. They're giving me tribute. We're at peace with them. I am protecting them from war and invaders. Yeah, so we're at war with the Joyous Devil, which is a goblin civilization. We're at peace with the kobolds. We're at peace with the humans, the group of alchemy. Also at peace with their faction civilization, which is the Confederacy of Sport. And we're also at peace with the elven civilization, the Fragrant Bear. We are at war with an elven civilization called the Noseless Volcano. Noiseless. It says noiseless. I like to call it the Noseless Volcano because it's funny to me. But the Beak of Purifying and the Patened Fang. They also have another one down here, I think. No, they don't. Never mind. This is a different faction. Ignore me. But yeah, so we're at war with an elven civilization, but that elven civilization is far enough away that they haven't invaded us or ambushed us, luckily. I mean, if a bunch of incredibly strong dwarves showed up and threatened you with spears and said, give us money every year and we'll protect you, what would you say? I'd say, what the fuck are you doing on Earth? Go back to Tolkien. Christ. I'm actually starting to run out of gems. Thanks, Polbean. Are there any lights? So dwarves have dark vision. Dwarves see in the dark. I don't know how humans function in dwarven fortresses, but lights are not an issue. Dwarves just have very good night vision. That's kind of the lore explanation for it. Yeah, only from the sun. Yeah, which is what's making the dwarves vomit right now. That's what all the blue is. It's vomit. The elves have arrived to trade. It is spring. Oh, man. They only brought 2 donkeys. It's a very low trading year with the elves. Also, this combination of gems just looks like fire. It's a gem window, but like it looks like fire to me. It's like very slowly burning fire. All right, we'll bring them a couple meat pots. I don't think they're vegetarian. Bring them some fish pots. That's not what I wanted to do. Bring them some plant pots. We'll bring them some seeds. I thought that said blackberry pits. I was like, blackberries have pits? What? Ba-da-dum. Ba-dum-bum-bum. And crafts. Now, come on. Eating the flesh of your cousin is very different than eating the flesh of a pig. The cousin knows that you're going to do it and is okay with it. The pig is not, okay? So this is consensual consumption of your friend. Makes it totally fine, right? AI units coming into your map do not starve to death. So no. But it is possible to trap traders long enough that they start to breed. I've had trapped invaders before start multiplying. I could just like put them on catapults and make them go. Brrr. I have also had them go insane from depression relatively quickly. Like, I've actually had them tantrum. There was one time I was getting sieged by humans, and I was prepping my defenses, and one of the humans turned into a... I need to turn on my military because there's buzzards dive bombing us. And one of them turned... And they hadn't been there very long. It was like 3 or 4 days. Full moon rolls around, and 4 of them turn into were creatures and annihilated their own army. All the were creatures were killed in the fighting, and the siege was broken, and the humans left. The manager hacks the right wing of the buzzard with an iron battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Good job, manager. Goblin crossbowman is helping. A flying copper bolt strikes the buzzard in the upper body, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the gizzard. And Can screams, "In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror." This is a visitor, a goblin visitor who comes by almost every year. Good friends with one of our humans. Our human. Who's very depressed right now, so that's good. Human needs friends. So what's Jack Nerick III doing? Well, Jack Nerick III is euphoric due to inebriation and blissful remembering a very good bedroom. So a good dwarf. You killed a buzzard once. You have a nephew who's now in the fortress, who's Narvicious. Our first act, like, look at this. Your whole extended family's in the fortress. No family issues. Hey, cooldown on the hype train's up. Anyway, you guys have done enough today, don't worry. And the entire extended family's in the fortress, so that's kind of the one real big change. Aside from that, I mean, you're a spearmaster. You're currently waiting for buzzards to dive bomb to stab at them. You do some crafting stuff when you're not doing that, though. So let's trade. Let's hope that there's no wood in there. And actually trade for a few things. I'll probably just buy a bunch of all of the almonds, apricots, pecans, almonds, walnuts, pecans. I'll buy their medical stuff, like the splints and stuff, because they're fine. The crutches, why not? They brought a steel pedestal? I should buy that off of them, because I'll use it. They must be buying that off of the other dwarves. Well, cheers. Oh. They can't carry that much. Well. Ya twits, you only brought 2 donkeys. Those plant pots are heavy. Perry says, "How wonderful. Thank you so much for your business." Yeah, they should bring more than just 2 frickin' donkeys, those lazy twits. To be fair, I barely traded with them last year. Barely. Like, we gave them a small gift. I just didn't have anything really to trade. Since we lost a dwarf, yeah, we're down to 39. It means we could actually get a migrant. Be interesting. It would be our first migrant in like 20 years. I wonder if they would be considered to be one of the first of their kind or not. You know, I'm not gonna lie. When we were saying yesterday, oh my god, we're 5% done, 5% doesn't feel like anything. I think when we hit 10%, it'll be okay, we're actually getting somewhere, you know what I mean? Oh, rotten pig meat roast and rotten pig meat roast, actually. Trying to like swap up these layouts down here. Dirty dwarves, pretty much, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I did similar shit to that when I was little, but not in a very long time. But yeah, no, in regards to like combat and stuff, combat is just not the goal of this fortress more than anything. So combat is not something I'm pursuing in this fort in the slightest. Which means you're probably not going to see much combat, if any, in this fortress. And if there is combat, it's a problem. Unless these goblins start becoming an issue, which they might, because, I don't know, those guys are spreading kind of concerningly rapidly. So this is Jackie's. Jackie is a very good cook, a very good dwarf. Hot cup of teas. You're headed to bed. We'll see you later, animal. You have a good one. If I had to guess, it will speed up as you near 100% because you have resources and manpower to push it faster. What do you mean? The combat will speed up or the fortress will speed up? I mean, I have a feeling I'll probably do a couple marathon, like, let's cover time streams for this. And just stream like 30 hours of Longdeath. Whoa, what are you doing? Oh, I thought the king was dragging our human. I was like, did our human commit a crime? Why are you dragging him? Still 3 buzzards up and about. Deal with those. Audio. Oh, he snapped back in. Insulted after getting into an argument. Fondness after talking with Sibby. Sibling. You want to practice some martial art. Well, let's train you guys. So the military can go train for a little bit, do their individual combat drills. The elves will be leaving soon. Let's see if I can give them some more gifts real quick. Actually, no, they were like out of weight capacity already, so unlikely. Jamie the Swordsmaster punched a buzzard in the left wing with her left hand. The injured part is smashed into the body into an unrecognizable mass. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the Swordmaster stabs the buzzard in the head with her Dimul Lekamin. And the severed part sails off in an arc. For a little bit of context, this fortress is twice as old as Krugsmash's last big fortress, which I'm forgetting the name of now. Scorch Fountain. This fortress is twice as old as that one. You know what? A human hamlet of Dimple Honey or Jawrite. Human hamlet of Dimple Honey, of the Council of Men, of the Realms of Stone. We are going to demand ongoing tribute. And we're sending the Eternal Guard. Good luck, dwarves. Good luck to our brave captain, Bastet, who's bored after being unable to practice craft, apparently. Make us proud, dwarves. Don't fuck this one up. Longdeath is chill. Longdeath is a long wait for death. Yeah, a second tribute from a different human faction. You're gonna have to start a second list. Of course you are. Gonna build Electrum kind of bars. So they're Electrum bars that are like windows, so I kind of imagine that they can like look out and see it. Electrum is a mix of gold and silver, so it's a very shiny metal. Very wealthy. Like we're just flaunting our wealth at wealth at this point. TH blind. TH. Got gem windows, electrum bars. Beautiful. Hope that the wagon can still get through that. Yep. Assuming they succeed, right? Assuming they succeed, Stone. That's the big question. Here come those Electrum cages. Well, bars. They look like cages, but they're bars. Was that an eagle? Or an elf? Oh, it must have been an elf merchant. Yeah, okay. I saw an E and I was like, what the hell was that? An elf. Leaving. They've returned. Fingers crossed. In the mid-spring of 56, the Eternal Adventure of Time have secured tribute from the Council of Men to be delivered from Dimple Honey every autumn. I mean, that just happened, Coldfire. So every autumn we get a shipment from Dimple Honey, and every spring we get a shipment from the other peoples. So I'm assuming we'll also now get... we got the Confederacy of Sport sending us shit, and the Realms of Stone sending us stuff. So it's the group of, well, actually, it's the group of alchemy and the Council of Men are the two groups that are sending us stuff. But their factions are called the Confederacy of Sport, the football hooligans, and the Realms of Stone. We're actually just the Dwarven Mafia, demanding tributes from everybody. All right, Streamer needs to use the toilet, so Streamer will be right back. And I'm also going to take my insulin out of the fridge. Back in a sec. All right, I return. Also, I would assume that in this sport would be like trial by combat, hunting, or something like that, but football hooligans is just funny. What's that supposed to mean? Does sound hostile, yeah. So a building that I built yesterday is this one over here. This one is a storage room for, well, stuff. It's a storage room for armor and weapons and ammunition. But over here, I'm going to build a storage room. And this storage room is going to be for boulders. So I've got a few small boulder stockpiles, but they get big quick. I think we're going to make a 3-story building right here for boulders. You're off work in 10 minutes. What are you going to do after work? With the rest of your precious day? It's my lunchtime in like 10 minutes. Which means I'm like roughly 4 hours into the stream. Will we keep watching, play some games? Good shit. What do you mean? The Stone people. There are two factions giving us tributes. The Confederacy of Sport and the Realms of Stone. So this is actually construction. I'm going to make 2 upstairs over here. Requires 0 movement. That's pretty great. One of the few benefits of 2020, I think, is the, oh, I'm done work. Well, don't need to go anywhere or do anything. So no metal ores, just stones. Sounds like a door opening to me. I feel a change of air pressure when the big doors open or close in my building. Certainly saved you a ton of gas money. I think my little sister said that her boyfriend and her have been on the same tank of gas since June, which is like ridiculous. You think about it, because they're just not going anywhere, and they're like he drives a 90s BMW, so this dwarf is gotta be narcoleptic. Yeah, you always just fucking pass out randomly, Astro. Let's put you on mechanics, because I could use another mechanic. Let's throw 2 doors in. Then we'll make up down stairs for the middle. We can connect them to the top. Yeah, so the Realms of Stone is the new faction that's bringing us stuff. The old one is the Confederacy of Sport. Yeah. That's the 2 of them.
Your whole team can see your upper thigh.
Sorry, but that was an ad, and I don't, that popped up in the middle of the music that I was listening to. And I don't know whether or not I should comment on the fact that it's actually kind of a fucking funny ad or not. It's basically just an ad for, hey, fucking put your camera up. We can see the fact that you're not wearing pants in the Zoom call. It's just funny. I like rather entertaining ads, and that one is rather entertaining. I've seen it a couple of times. Got a bit of a chuckle out of me last night. It's just, it's been rather, one of the weirdest, very indirect compliments I've got is because of 2020. And it was, there's a podcast I really like listening to called The Giant Bombcast. And they've been around for 1.5 billion years. And they're kind of like known for being the old fogies of the games industry in a way. But they a lot of them have been working as in games journalism basically as long as the industry has existed, most of them. Some of them are a bit newer, but most of the guys that work at that site have been writing about games in some form since like the late 80s, early 90s. And, or at least that's when they got their start in the industry. So they're kind of known as the old fogies, but part of the reason why I love them. Anyway, they used to make a lot of fun of streamers and basically kind of do the, oh, you know, we were doing this before it was cool kind of thing, because they've been hosting live streams and videos on their website since like 2007. And one of the longer time guys in the site, after like a couple months of messing with OBS and doing all their streams from home without their fancy equipment, is just like stated that he'd gained a newfound respect for a lot of the content creators. He's like, you know, like these guys, they're running like high quality productions every single day from their fucking bedrooms, and they make it look easy. I'm just like, ha! I make this look easy. And they have all sorts of like, you know, professional equipment for like hosting live streamed video and proper begrudging respect. Kind of, yeah. Kind of. I don't know. I just, as somebody who's supported them as almost as long as their site's been around, it's been nice. It's nice to kind of get that after, you know, occasionally hearing the comments of, there's making money off the edges of the industry. It's like, I don't know about that. We're providing a a fill for a need. A void in the industry, if you will. That's no longer a hole in the industry. That being said, they were kind of streaming before it was cool. So yeah, as always, I need to say this. Tomorrow is my proper day off. Hi, cutest ghost. Oh, did you just notice that you got gifted a sub? Is that why you're saying why? Really don't like this track. I like the rest of the Night in the Woods soundtrack, but this one can. All of the beer, post beer for reasons. Hey, Silver Tongue, how you doing? I've heard that, or not heard that, but I've noticed that people really, really like the Lost Flame footage I've been putting up on YouTube, so I think I might do more of that because people seem to have very much enjoyed the little bits and pieces I've put up on YouTube, so I think there will be more Lost Flame streams in the future. I'd like to get a win in on that game. Lost Flame? It's pretty fucking good. Like, I've got like 8 hours in it now, and it's pretty fucking good. Apparently, the new Serious Sam is bad. Or at least it's getting canned in Steam reviews. Which sucks. I just got a text message from my little sister. These monies will go to Anna Williams duck. I don't know if I'm gonna. That's a lot of money to spend on a goddamn rubber duck. I did buy a mouse though, so we are playing the game with a mouse. My little sister's texting me, so I have to respond. Want a nice mouse? Yeah, it's the nicest mouse. But yeah, no. Shoutouts to Zapdos for being super generous. And gifting out 2 tier 2 subscriptions. Ridiculous.
Cheese for everyone!
Basically, my little sister was more or less asking me to not stream on Saturday, which I could do, but I'm just seeing if she's free later in the afternoon on Saturday instead of in the morning. My little sister's in town for 2 weeks. Normally she lives in Quebec, so going back home on Sunday, I think. Probably won't see her for another year. Maybe more. So frankly, I could take the Saturday off, and I will if I need to, but I'll keep you guys posted on what ends up happening. Here come the boulders. Excellent. Let's increase the number of wheelbarrows and make a few extra wheelbarrows. A few extras, because I'm going to need them for these stockpiles. I don't even know if this needs a fancy roof, because it really doesn't need a fancy roof. Give you back your cheese, but there's cheese for everyone. Just go get more. It scared the shit out of you? How so? You thought your Zoom call was still open. That's funny. You got bamboozled by the kobold. Whatever shall you do? I'm terribly sorry. I hope that you don't need to clean your pants. What do you guys think? Yeah, we can do another layer. This will be the last layer, though, I think. As all of the blocks come in. Also, I appear to have gotten auto-hosted, probably by a cat. Yes, looks like I got auto-hosted by a cat on Mars. So shoutouts to Cat on Mars for that auto-host. Whoa. Wagon's inaccessible. Because this is all still accessible. Because that's all accessible. Yeah, that's fine. Did I make this too thin? Maybe? Because, like, it says it's still green. Did, like, trees sprout out somewhere? I don't think so. What, the wind one? It's never been a problem before. Oh. 2 caravans have arrived. I think I need to make another trading depot. Uh-oh. Put one down here. Make it out of sterling silver. Seen them share depots? Interesting. I'm gonna make another one. Actually, nah. We'll see if they'll share it. I don't think I've ever had 2 show up at once, so this is a new problem for me. Let's sell them some Warhammers, because they did ask me for Warhammers. There we go. I'm just confused as to why they didn't make it down. That's why I'm confused. Because this is still labeled as wagon accessible, yet they didn't make it down. I'm thinking it might be because depends on how well prepared you are. If you're not well prepared at all, I would say it's pretty normal, yeah. I would say pretty normal. Sucks, but pretty normal. I have a feeling we're going to become a massive trade hub in the future. Okay, so on behalf of the Merchants Guild, this is the Confederacy of Sport. The world is same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Your weird leathers, and I don't need metal bars right now. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I would say that. I mean, I'm pretty good at not losing any dwarves during a siege, but I'm also pretty good at the game, so... Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarf ship. Although I lost 90 dwarves without actually doing anything. Without getting seen. Hear my neighbor's phone ringing and it's fucking with me. Phone ringing, I guess they have their window open. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Is it just... Yeah, I think it's just the one diplomat. The other group didn't send a diplomat. Also, how you doing today, Viking Lord? I wonder if I just trade with both of them at the same time. That's kind of what it looks like. Although, currently it looks like my, I was going to say my expedition leader is organizing a... crafting demonstration. I'm like, you should not be doing that. You should be trading. No. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I've never seen this before. We'll sell them meat barrels and trade for some heat for some bars. Some of the Warhammers and some of that crap. They didn't bring much. Buy the cheese off of you. Trade. I trade with these guys, give them everything else, although they cannot carry it because it's too heavy. At which point I will buy, again, a couple more bars. I thought that maybe they were blocking each other, but I don't know. You had an army of 40 dwarves that had decent weapons, but the goblins had crossbows. Peppered all your units at once. Oh, that's unfortunate. We ain't building that many coffins. I mean, you don't need to build that many coffins. You could swap them out for other things. I say, ah, wonderful. Thank you very much for your business. So we've traded with both of them. Yeah, no, trees have not blocked the route in. Yeah, I don't know. It's open again. Yeah, it must have just been I blocked it with the bars. That must have been it. Yes. Here, you know what? How about I just let you take a screenshot of this? Or here, I'll take a screenshot of this. You're going to hear a Windows sound. Apologies. So you can keep track. 'Cause there's kind of a lot going on. We're trading with a lot of different factions right now. Got elves, humans, and dwarves. Disco Waffles, how we doing? Disco Waffles shouldn't be depressed. You shouldn't be. But you are ashamed after wearing tattered clothing. I think it's time to make another round of clothes. We have to do this about once a year. And then get rid of all the extras I made. I did tunic twice. Which one was the one that I forgot? Cloak. That was it. I mean, I guess we could do a round of beers. What's the round of beers for? Zapdos? Oh, for the clothes? I mean, maybe. I don't know if the dwarves necessarily need that. Beers, I guess. All right, and let's continue working on this stone building. I actually have a neat idea for how I could construct this building. Oh, we're out of nice blocks. That's upsetting. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to build a chunk of floor across, not on this side, but up here. And then we're going to go up another layer and build the roof up here. But I'm actually going to dig into the wall there on the right side. And we'll basically like make this building go up and then into the wall and make the wall part of the storage. We could have stairways going up here to make it storage much more efficient. Let's make 10 gold wheelbarrows. I think I have enough gold to do that. Bow, 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 bow. Nope, I do not. Tatito is going to be the most dear name that I ever say because that's way too long. Hello. Hi. Keep of X amount of stock at all times. Yeah, if you go into the conditions in the manager, but I don't do that stuff. It removes gameplay for me. I like managing all of the individual things every year. It's more fun. But I like being finicky and changing stuff up constantly, so. Besides, that's also not good because you can end up with way too much of a thing. Way too easily if you fuck just one small thing up, and having way too much of a thing is generally the main cause of frame rate fuckery. A lot of people blame the game. It's actually usually the player's fault. Overproduction is a real issue amongst players. That weird B that's missing a bit. Always weird to see it. It never, to me, it never fits with the rest of the alphabet. It's a strange one. I mean, you could. And you could also have magma forges making... you could also have magma forges making glass pots on repeat as well, if you want to take that one step further. And have hundreds of thousands of alcohols. And while you're at it, why don't you just... have thousands of mugs being constructed or goblets made out of glass on repeat so that they never need to do the dishes. They just make a new one. When they're done with it, they just smash it, right? Right? Not indestructible. It's all just an unintended allegory for overconsumption. So it's time to refresh the language. Been thinking German recently. Satisfied at work? That's good. This dwarf has had some mood problems for a little bit. Pablo, so we gave them the new job of helping with clothing. You can't. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, right? Fünf? Might be wrong there. I probably have my pronunciation totally off. I know eins, zwei, drei. Should be milking animals. Leaving that on repeat. I got more pigs to milk than anything. I can count to 3. Good for you. I also can count to 3. In English. 4 is tricky. Sometimes when I'm lucky, I get to 5. And then rather than counting to 10, because that's just way too difficult, I just count to 5 again. and your teacher gave you an oral report on Oktoberfest, just okay. I have a solution for you. Your report will just be one word. Beer. In different tones of voice and accents and volume levels. Nice. So, in my stream team, I'm just gonna call you Tat, if that's okay, because that's easiest for me. But, two of my stream team members, one's originally from Germany, and the other one lives in Austria, speaks German. And whenever we do board game nights, which is every other Friday on one of our channels, I try so goddamn hard to not make jokes relating to 9 whenever, like, someone draws a card with a 9 on it. I try so hard to not make that joke. So hard. And the second week we did it, and Evil Trick, who's one of my team members, was on with us, and the first joke he makes is a 9 joke. I'm like, I was trying so hard not to do that. I mean, I don't care. I think it's hilarious. It's just really funny. It's sort of like, you know, reminding Canadians that they say sorry a lot. It's like, come on, we don't say sorry that often. Also, sorry isn't an apology. Sorry's a fuck you. But then again, I also try... I'm very much like a rated R stream. Like, with the amount of language and profanity that I throw around in a day, I'm very much not like a kid-friendly stream. I think I'm the... Most of the members of my stream team are lighter than me, although I think all of the guys are mature rated channels, so 18 plus. But for me, like, I have to try so hard not to swear on the board game nights. It's borderline comical, I'm told. One of the only, like, lines I really remember in German is from a movie called Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Because there's a line in that movie where there's a wall of, well, Germans, because it was that time period of film where the Nazis were still the bad guys and literally everything. And it's a movie about a witch, and there's a scene where she's flying around in a broom, and soldiers all point up and go, "Das ist ein Hexe!" And that's like the only that's like the only line that they know, and their accents are terrible. Very clearly British actors. Just screaming, "Das ist ein Hexe." And it's just way too funny. And like literally the only word that they say is "Das ist ein Hexe" and "Das ist Hexe." Das ist Hexe? It's a witch! It's an alright movie. One of the few other movies that did the what's it called? Mary Poppins thing, where it has hand-drawn cartoons mixed in with live action. That and there's like 3 movies I can think of that do that. It's Bedknobs and Broomsticks, The Incredible Tale of Mr. Limpet, or no, The Incredible Mr. Limpet, and Mary Poppins. Like Zulu music. Yeah. Funny. Oh yeah, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? That's another one. I always forget that Who Framed Roger Rabbit has people in it. That's the thing that always fucks me up about Who Framed Roger Rabbit, is I forget that it has people in it. Cool World? Never seen that. It's the pinnacle of technology at the time. Although, funny story about Bedknobs and Broomsticks. That was, I think, the only movie that my parents gave away because it was evil. They're, like, my parents, like, mellowed out a lot as we got older, but there was a while there where they were very protective Christians, I guess. And that was a movie that was given away because it was about witches. I think we got to watch it once. And then I remember, like, 2 weeks later or so asking about it because it just vanished from the VHS collection that we had. Mom said, I don't know where it is. Later we found out she gave it to Grandma. So Who Framed Roger Rabbit knockoff? Huh. Yeah, I never heard of it. Interesting. So I guess Disney just owns all of that shit. I wonder if that stuff's on Disney Plus. Not that I'm ever gonna give them money, but if I can avoid it. I'm pretty sure it's on Disney Plus. I don't know. I refuse to give Disney money. Disney scares the piss out of me. Almost more so than Amazon. Like, out of big scary companies, Disney's the scariest by a lot for me. I think we all kind of pick our... Well, no, Facebook's the scariest. Disney's up there, though. I think we all kind of pick our... who we side with different... corporations, and for me, I'm terrified of Disney. It's almost irrational how terrified I am of Disney. What, for Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Huh. I don't know, Disney's visceral protection of Mickey is part of the reason I'm scared of Disney. This track's a banger. This whole soundtrack's full of bangers. The Night in the Woods soundtrack, which is a very sad story relating to the soundtrack, but good soundtrack. Late summer. See, like, but Nintendo protects Mario, but they're nowhere near as militant about it as Disney is about Mickey. But maybe it's just because Disney's been doing that for Mickey for so much longer. And I think Mario might just be, like, using the laws that they've made for Mickey. I don't know. Although, that being said, I don't feel great about Nintendo all the time either. I'm no Nintendo fan. Tell you that. No Nintendo fan. Nintendo has certainly made some great stuff that I enjoy and have enjoyed, but No Nintendo fan. You know, I'll be honest, I forget about Barbie. 'Cause I don't have TV, so I don't really see Barbie ads ever. Yeah, that's what freaks me out about Disney. Is their ability to just be like, oh, this law doesn't work for us anymore. Okay, we'll just fucking change it. That scares the shit out of me. No company should have that much power over anything. Period. Like, it's like, yes, they do, but they shouldn't, you know? Alright, so we are now in the fall. Which means we should get a tribute from the humans. Right on time. They brought a horse. Ooh, are they gonna one-up each other? So this is a tribute from Nilun Abo. The, Realms of Stone, Council of Men. They actually have a horse. Instead of just showing up with one bloke carrying shit. Council of Dullness? Dullness? I was half hoping they'd give me the horse. Whoa. 1 oaken bucket, 1 copper puzzle box, 20 hide root seeds, 1 alpaca wool bag, 5 prepared hare intestines, 1 plum oge. They gave us a gem. 1 lignite blocks, 5 bilberries, and 5 pidge. It's a grand offering. Borderline glorious. I was really hoping they'd give me the horse, though. My sheriff is beating the crap out of a rabbit and screaming, "I must withdraw." So obviously things are going good. Wait, what? Hold on a second. What, Rara? Is that like the Playboy Mansion, but for toys? I'm very confused by this. It's a house, but nobody lives there. That is actually creepy as fuck. Like, genuinely creepy. Chat, does anybody else think that that's creepy? Barbie owning a house? I mean, of course the fucking popular blonde white chick would live in Florida, though. Although I think Hollywood would be much more fitting. How much charcoal do I have? Tons. Get temple to Barbie, which is terrifying. And it shouldn't be inevitable. Hulking! How you been? It's been a while. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Welcome back. For an 8th month. Oh, I'm out of iron. That would do it. And the dwarves are here to trade. Excellent. It's gonna be hard to trade with all these dwarves. To keep the production up high. No, let's just do this. Let's clear out all of our clothing. And armor and stuff, because I've got a lot of it just kind of piling up. The dwarves won't trade any stuff that they've claimed. Well, let's do that. In Malibu? Bizarre. We're trading all of our extra armor and everything that we're not using. They've arrived and are unloading their goods. I hope that trading with, because I've noticed that since we've started trading with these humans, I wonder if it like boosts their economy. Because since we've started trading with them, they've started expanding faster. And I'm very curious to see, now that we're trading with the Realms of Stone, who only have 2 towns, wondering if they're going to start expanding faster. Like, our fortunes rise and fall together? Let's discuss your situation, Mistum from the Mountain Home. They've updated our maps, and we're going to ask them for iron, or metals. All of the metals. That is weird. Like, actually kind of weird. I wonder. Finalize the import agreement. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your Grand Crest or ship. Finalize the export agreement. Look forward to our meeting next year, Dwarf. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, bigger towns, they're both populations of over 100 versus the other ones, which are a lot of like 20 pops. I'm just going to go out on a limb here, Ara, and say that that is genuinely scary to me. I had no idea that that existed. That is genuinely terrifying. They probably do like tours. Wouldn't it be amazing if it was an Airbnb? Now that actually would be amazing if it was an Airbnb. Truly, yeah, Axon. Like, that picture is everything that is wrong with this world. I'll bet you there's a house cleaner, though. For $600 a person. Right, there we go. I wonder how much porn has been filmed in there. I actually know somebody who I haven't spoke with in a couple of years, and his parents were very, 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 very well off. Somebody I knew through somebody else. We used to call him Hitler. That was our joke name for him. He was a fucking strange asshole. Anyway, horrible person, but his parents were very, very, very well off. They were both. His dad was a doctor. His mom was a paramedic. They ended up retiring to the Philippines, I think. But growing up, one of the ways they became so wealthy is they took out a massive loan, and they bought a 10-bedroom house in Vancouver and rented it out to adult film. So they had like 9 bedrooms that they just had that were super big and fancy and crazy. He used to scream at us a lot of profanity at us and treated us like crap. We just gave him the worst nickname we could think of. Anyway, we didn't like the guy very much, but he hung around us for a while. And his parents literally would just rent these bedrooms out for like $2,000 a night. Or a day, rather. They'd do a bunch of shoots and... yeah. That's how they operated for years. As far as I know, they still own that house. We were significantly less mature back then, a number of years ago. It was like 2009, I knew this person, 2008. 10 years ago. Kind of goes without saying. Yeah, didn't help that he was a racist piece of shit. He was one of those people that, like, you knew because he was a friend of a friend. Kind of just hung around and you couldn't really get rid of him. He's an odd person. Very odd person. Comes a lot of clothing. I'm actually kind of shocked that cave adaptation is slowly becoming a problem. Kind of shocked by that. We've only ever had one friend. There was a point in my life where I knew kind of a lot of people. But the reason I knew kind of a lot of people was I was in group events, right? And my parents would put me and my sisters into these events with large groups of kids to make friends. Mostly, I think it was so that the parents could talk, but they claimed that it was so that we could make friends. And this went on for a number of years. Merchants will be leaving soon, but we need to trade with them first. God, look at how much that shit's valued at. 108,000 worth of clothing. Weird fucking noise that just came from outside. Sounded like metal grinding on metal. Thanks, guys, for all the follows today. Follows have piled in over today. So cheers. If you're new here and you have any questions about the game or what the hell we're doing or the goal, just let me know. You want to see earlier iterations of this fortress, it's all up on that YouTube channel right there. And that video that I just linked in chat is a little bit of lore about this fortress. With the prophet? Oh yeah, no, his boss is definitely going to be proud. That being said, look at all of this clothing that we're bringing. Holy shit. Drew, can you get down there again, please? Okay, they've carried on with their journey. Have I made friends with the elves yet? Yes, actually. We're good friends with the elves. We trade with them every year. Although they didn't bring as much this year, which is a little bit annoying. They haven't brought any unicorns in a while, which bothers me. I wish that they'd bring us a breeding pair of unicorns, but they've never brought us a breeding pair of unicorns. But how you doing, R&D? We're smelting limonite ore and milking pigs. Or fortress. What, to get unicorns? Or breeding unicorns? I mean, they're terrifying. You don't want to get into a fist fight with one, but it's kind of like a moose with a sword. It's kind of how I describe them. You are correct, but to be fair, I didn't have a breeding pair, so it would have died anyway. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Ba-da-dum-bum. Also, as a reminder to anybody, start thinking, because probably Saturday I will have a video up as well as a Google Doc ready so that you guys can submit questions for one Tarn Adams who will be on the stream again. We'll just say next week. I won't say what day exactly because that's not 100% yet, but probably next week. If not next week, then the week after. But regardless, Tarn's gonna be on the stream again. We're gonna do another interview. Well, less of an interview, more just to hang out and chat with Tarn for an hour. So start thinking about what you'd want to ask. Combat. Horses fighting with a kangaroo. Why is there a kangaroo fighting with a horse? Why is there a panicking kangaroo? And why is this swords dwarf chasing a kangaroo? Spear dwarf. It's not one of mine, it's a visitor, and he just left. But none are relevant? I mean, not all need to be relevant. So, like, I'm gonna... Because I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of questions about Steam-related stuff, so probably going to kind of split it out into two parts. The first half of the interview is most likely just going to be... not off-topic, that's the wrong word to use. General questions, and then the second half will all be Steam-related stuff. Yep. Kinda nifty. Hope the kitty comes in. Was really human and cute. I mean, it's just gonna be raw, so we'll probably hear scamps. I would be surprised if we didn't. The tributary gets destroyed? I don't know. Probably starts a war. Or they send a different person. Presumably, no more tribute, presumably war would be both of my assumption. I don't think he'll ever sell DF. Like, I'm pretty sure you're joking, but like, jokes aside, one of the things that Tarn Adams has said many times in the past is that one of the things that they pride themselves for is the fact that anybody can play the game. Doesn't matter how much money you have, anybody can play the game. And that's kind of always been their lead philosophy, and I doubt that that will ever change. Like, yes, they'll have the paid version help pay their medical expenses, but I don't think they'll ever sell it. They'll just give it away, most likely. When that time comes, it'll just be open sourced, most likely. Lots of people would. I mean, the founders of ZeniMax and Bethesda just did. Leaderboard? Like online leaderboard? No. But there are some documented longest fortresses, one of them being Archcrystal, which lasted for 470 years. There's another one that was 600 something. But we're going basically for the longest documented fort. There is no public leaderboard or anything. Like, you gotta remember, this game just started development in 2003. And kind of became playable in about 2006. So, like, there's personal leaderboards, sort of. But it, yeah, I don't know. It's not really a game that you play for other people. It's a game that you play for yourself, kind of thing, Brosifer. It's very old and still somehow completely, totally, and utterly, wholly unique. Even the games that try to clone it do a terrible job. You know, it's about as traditional as they come, right? Brosifer, like, there's no unlocks, there's no real progression, there's no victory screen. It's just a game that helps you form a story and narrative in your head, right? That's all it is. I used all my buckets for milking. Oops. I need to turn auto loom back on. Where the hell's my manager at? Oh, whoops. I don't want to do dyed thread, just normal thread. Probably, yeah. I mean, it's telling me I got no empty buckets, so. Which means I should probably tell them to make cheese. Water simulation will never be in the game ever. I mean, if you know the source 2, then maybe you'd think that. I don't understand the joke at all. Like, I've read the joke twice and once out loud, and I still don't get it. So, you're right. It certainly doesn't make sense. Also, oh, good God, time flies. I'm an hour late for lunch. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. Well, I mean, you can go somewhere if you really need to. Like, you still have free will, but I will be back in a couple of minutes. For me, that actually kind of matters because I have to keep on a schedule because my insulin wears off and my blood sugar starts to go. But anyway, I will be back in a couple minutes. And can I get a round of beers and chat? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to entertain everybody with them. Something like that. Anyway, I'll be right back.
is for everyone!
Hi. Yeah, no, simulating stuff realistically is difficult. Making stuff match reality is much easier. Also, I don't need any more cheese because I have cheese on my sandwich, but I'm sure Mouse would love some cheese. You know, it just reminded me of a really good emote idea. Ripped vermin. You know, I honestly think Stinky Cheese is one of the last really good global emotes. You need like 100 subscribers? As an affiliate, once you've signed your life contract and blood oath to Amazon, to never really live stream content on any other platform ever, you get one by default, one for each tier. I think you can unlock up to 50, or not 50, 5 at 50 as an affiliate. And then as a partner, it's, I think it's every 50 subscribers you get another emote unlock. Yeah, but that one's way older than Stinky Cheese. Oskimono and Osfrog are much older. Fun fact, those emotes were a paid Old Spice promotion. But when the promotion ended, they changed the name to Kimono Hype. And something frog. Dwarf's pretty happy when playing Make Believe. Need to get you some new clothing, though. I'm very confused by what the fuck you're on about. God. Oh, for the blood oath? Oh, I didn't sign one. I thought that there was blood on the ground in the game, and I was like, why is there blood? Oh, no. No, a bloke shows up. Dude with dark sunglasses, got a briefcase, and a suit and a top hat shows up. Monocle, okay, steps out of a portal, and he cuts your legs off, removes your legs, because no streamers have legs, this is a fact. We're just torsos sitting in a chair. And then they take a small blood sample of your DNA and bind you permanently to the servers of Twitch. This is why so many Twitch partners moved over to Mixer, is because Mixer gave you bionic legs. For free, for former Twitch partners. Fact. Now that they're all back, unfortunately, they've all had their legs removed again. It's mildly disturbing, in fact. Although, fortunately, YouTube removes much more important things, which is why nobody streams over there. Same with Facebook. They remove your dignity. Oh, no, I can stream on a different platform. I just can't stream concurrently. Like, joke bullshit aside, you can stream on other platforms. You just can't stream concurrently on other platforms. And I always tell people, do not sign any contracts until you're making enough money that it's actually worth it, because most people on Twitch are not even remotely close to making enough money for it to be even remotely close for it to be worth it. And it will never cease to bother me. Yeah, but like, are they really gonna notice R&D some? You can't slaughter fluffy ramblers? Fascinating. I mean, they're not dead yet, but we're going to slaughter them. They're going to be delicious, I'll have you know. But then how do you kill them? I tried to Atom Smash one. It's still in that room. Need another fishery. Drown it? I doubt that they'd drown. You don't? Probably put it in a cage and sell it. By what you do, actually. I mean, you know you don't need to make a pasture under a drawbridge, because you can just, like, slaughter them and geld them to keep the population down. Although I do have this drawbridge room here for corpses. Even has a little roof on it, see? Seems like a bit much. Say it for me. You can have it. I don't want to feel bloated after dinner, you know? You know you're successful on YouTube when you start getting comments in language that you can't, in languages that you can't read. You don't eat the whole leg? Watch me. Don't tempt me. It is terrifying, just like this mouse. You know, they called it a mouse on Amazon. I'm convinced it's actually just a rat. Those people don't know what a mouse is, but definitely a rat. I really need to close YouTube. I'm watching views go up like 1 view at a time, and it's not good. Man, most of the boulders, actually all of the bedrooms are clear of boulders. Holy shit. Oh my god. There's no boulders up here anymore. We finally fucking did it. Wow. Never mind, there's one. I found one. From my YouTube channel. Well, I'm partially monitoring to respond to comments, but I need to just close it until after stream. Because it's just distracting. So I did. It only took us like 45 years, but we did it. Mark this day, chat. There is one boulder left on the lower levels. One boulder left. Put them back? No, you. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-bum, ba-da-da-dum. Interesting. No migrants. Well, maybe we'll get some in spring. Confederacy of Sport need to bring their tribute. Ba-da-da-bum. I'm really hoping Dragon Man's gonna have more children this year. Because if those two make more babies, and have more second generation kids, so we need more. Like, I'm actually, like, concerned about dwarves breeding. That's something I've never really thought about outside of this fortress, I'll be honest. No idea what I'm going to use this for. If anybody has any ideas, I'm open to ideas, but... There's still tons of boulders down here, though. Lots of them. well as all this silver ore down here that we've mined out. But they're down below in the mines. They just share bedrooms. You keep expecting to have to make 2 bedrooms for 2 bedrooms, 198 micro. I mean, you know, R&D some. You're playing towards any meta in my opinion. I think you're playing DF wrong. DF shouldn't have a meta. Ever. Humble opinion. I don't think DF should have a meta. You gotta head out. We'll see you later, Zapdos. Thanks for the hype. Thanks for helping with the hype train earlier, and thanks for just chilling. Been good. We seen Mistum today? Twice, yes. Well, they were here when we started, and then they came back alongside of the traders. But others always ask for 3x1 bedrooms in chat. I don't know. Let's try and avoid calling it meta when possible, yeah? Just because it's really dumb. You know? Dwarf Fortress shouldn't have a meta. Well, it's totally fine. It's just, I don't know. I do not think DF should have a meta. Or be referred to as something that has a meta, because it really doesn't. What's hilarious, though, about Dwarf Fortress meta, in quotes, to me anyway, is a lot of the people who play the meta are the people who complain the most about moods. Like, I was once watching a bloke who is streaming this game who shall remain nameless. Doesn't stream very often, and it's been a long time since I've seen him on. But he was streaming with like 4 or 5 people watching, and was going on and on and on and on about how bitchy dwarves are and how bad their moods are. And had 1 by 3 bedrooms, okay, with no doors, a cramped tiny tavern, and there was dead dogs in his hallway. And he's complaining, talking about how bitchy his dwarves are and how much they need to nerf the moods and how mad they are. I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, make your tavern a little bigger. Give all your dwarves cabinets. Maybe make them some clothing. Look at their brains once in a while. Give them some statues. Game about keeping your dwarves happy. Not a game about torturing. You know, it's one thing, like, if you put, like, do what someone in chat was saying and put heads on pedestals and laugh as your dwarves go nuts. That's one thing. But you have to realize that it's your doing that's making them batshit, not the game being borked. And I've seen those same people complaining on Reddit and stuff. Surviving is really boring. I mean, that is kind of the goal of this fortress, is to survive, but it's also... I'm learning so much about how the game works mechanically from this fortress. It's been fascinating. Like, I've never seen anything get reclaimed on the overworld until this world. But this fortress right here got reclaimed. It can be the game? Sure. But having one dwarf go nuts because they got rained on These dwarves are getting rained on all the time. Currently, we have 2 problem dwarves. 2 annoyingly depressed dwarves. Spring has arrived. The annual tribute from Bestie Jismuck has arrived. The humans from the Confederacy of Sport. Man, the other humans are bringing, like, a horse, a pack mule, and you're just carrying your shit? Come on. Some more. What have you brought us this year, human? 5 prepared vulture intestines. 1 iron shield. Not bad. We'll take the 1 iron shield. This is pretty good. A peachwood splint. 10 garden cress leaves. 5 artichoke hearts. And 5 cabbages. You know, I will admit, that's kind of impressive for 1 person to be carrying, though. Yeah, like we've noticed we have a outpost liaison who's fallen in love with one of my dwarves, which has been fascinating to kind of observe. And we've also had the opportunity to notice or actually mess around with tributes. Less on sport. Now, hey, you know, we shouldn't judge them on what sport they're the Confederacy of, because we do not know what sport they are, right? They're just sport, general sport. You've never had that happen? They have to petition to become a citizen. So we have 1 human in the fort. Also, Eternal has grown up. Hold on, I need to figure out what Eternal's gonna do. Like sphaelite, steel, diamond, and 1-humped camel leather. The color silver and bolts and catapult parts, and cows for their hunting moose, and pandas for their large striped tails. All right, well, you like a leather type, so we'll give you leather working. You like the color silver, so I'll give you metal crafting and furnace operating. We'll give you all the hauling jobs. All of those, and maybe mining as well. Because I always need extra miners. But they can petition to become citizens. If they petition to become citizens and you accept them, then after a year they can ask to become proper members of the fortress. Currently, we have 1 human in the fortress who is Sem Taxagon, who's a craftsman. Who's a little upset as of late. He's actually been having trouble with the rain. Wants some decent meals and is sad that he's away from friends, but has quite a few friends in the fortress, including Mistum. Fascinating thing about Mistum is in a committed relationship with Lump. So they're lovers. Mistum is our outpost liaison who shows up once a year and hangs out. So, yeah. You get tons of bards. Yeah, often that's what people get, are bards. But you need a tavern that's open to the public, and then you need to get visitors for them to even ask in the first place. It's usually just bards. In this case, it was a bard, but the only reason we accepted them was because they asked every year for about 20 years. Every single year, the human would come by the fort and would ask to stay here and live here. And every year we said no. And then eventually I just kind of said, fuck it. And chat said sure. They were persistent enough after about 20 years. We accepted them, and now they live here. I think it's beautiful, really. The elves have arrived to trade once again. Also didn't bring much again. I wonder if it's because of how many people we have trading with us. Yeah, no, I do kind of wonder that. R&D. Also, that great song, by the way. So, true story. I associate I Would Walk 500 Miles, the song, with, is it just called 500 Miles? Anyway, with, It's the End of the World as We Know It by Rem, which I own on tape. I kind of really want to own that song on tape as well. Like, I want to buy that album. Because I kind of associate the two. With things in my childhood. Oh, it's a great song. Also, this whole album, kind of underrated. Like, yeah, It's the End of the World as We Know It and I Feel Fine is great. This whole album's just fucking... I need a cassette deck holder, and then I can buy more tapes. Hunters are so funny. Shoots a silver bolt at him, right? Tearing the muscle and tearing the right lung. And then it's having trouble breathing, and the bolt is lodged, and then he just screams and runs away. Like, hunters are so funny. Proclaimers, yep. I don't know what they're proclaiming, but they're definitely proclaiming something. You know, we'll just do all of this. Yeah. I didn't realize they were twins. The more you know. Yeah, I have a bunch. There's a couple of tapes that I owned when I was younger. Proclaimers was one of them. REM was another one. This was another one that were given away or thrown out. And I kind of have the small goal to rebuy a number of them. Owned a couple Iron Maiden tapes as well. Yep, we're over 5% done. I was actually saying this earlier verifiably that 5% doesn't feel like anything, but when we hit 10%, that's going to be, like, I'm going to get a little excited. It'll be like, oh my god, like, 10% done. Also, when we hit 10%, that'll be 100 years, right? Or 105 years. Arch Crystal was 470. I didn't actually know that. Well, you know, I knew they were brothers. I didn't realize they were identical twins. I guess I've never seen footage of them. Brosifer OG. Thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Welcome to the stream, you know. You're still kind of new to the place, and I hope you like it. Hope it's chill. We have a migrant, which means one person gets named into the fortress. Nil. 77 years old and is one of the first of his kind. Hold on a second. I gotta pause for a moment. Not sure what I did to deserve that, but thank you very much for gifting subs to Eric the Red, our Enchanted, Block the Bleak, Couscous, and Nag. Cheers. Focal Fury wants it. We'll give it to Focal. You can have it. That you do, Ara. Tyrathek, thank you very much for contributing points to my day off. Not a single one of them has been annoying. I've had annoying questions. Annoying questions are like, where are the drugs? How do you eat people? Can you trap them in the basement and watch them die? Those are annoying. But act like noob questions are not annoying in the slightest, so. But thank you very, very much for gifting 5 subs. We'll get to that in a second, Fury. Give me a second. I'll just push this button. Seriously, thank you. Like, here's the thing, right? 5 gift subs, it happens quickly, it goes by in chat, but like, that's not nothing. That's kind of a lot of money, right? Like, that's kind of a lot of money, so thank you. Seriously. Focal Fury is concentrating on something. The appearance of somebody who's 77 years old and is one of the first of his kind. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. His square chin... He has a square chin. Also, I saw that response to the leaderboards comment, but it flew by too quickly. I'll have to scroll back up and read it. More stupid skulls. We're actually working on another Dwarf emote, King. We are. Like 36 buckaroos. It's more than that in Canadian bucks. Like, it adds up. It really does. Cheers, man. And thank you so much, guys, for all the support today. Been kind of crazy. We had the hype train earlier. Bunch of gift subs. I think like 12 gift subs now. Okay. Been crazy. Cheers, guys. Nothing utterly mind-blowing, but for me, it's definitely been a standout day, so cheers. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his square chin. He has a square chin, and his nose bridge is concave. His nose is extremely short, and his somewhat short, small, lobed ears are extremely narrow. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. His eyes are cobalt. He is quite durable, and likes rock salt and gold, and onyx and black cap wood. The color blue and bolts and bucklers and enormous corkscrews, and sheep for their tendency to flock. Yes, Peter. It is indeed the local look, yeah. It seems like most dwarves look that way. He personally sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and does not care about fairness, and dreams of creating a grand work of art. He has a very calm demeanor and is prone to strong feelings of lust. He very rarely develops positive sentiments, and he is curious and eager to learn. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and has a tendency to go it alone, without considering the advice of others. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and slow to trust others. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and when he's annoyed, he starts to talk slowly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And gladly comes into the fortress. And you're a metal crafter by trade. I'll just give you the rest of the metalworking jobs. And now we need to find you a bedroom. I think there's a free one up here. Yes. Also, Nervicious needs a bedroom. You even get a basement suite. Welcome. And we need to find another one for Nervicious as well. There we go. Phone just vibrated. I think's me sister's texting me again. Probably. Yep, looks like it. I might have to take Saturday off, chat. Might have to. Of dwarves, usually 150 to 170 years. Yeah, they'll die in between seasons when they die of old age. They'll just... The game will save or the season will pass over and a dwarf will appear dead somewhere. It'll be of mysterious causes with no combat. Natural causes, one could even say. Yep, pretty much. You're in your prime. What? Oh, on a rubber duck? I mean, I would refund it if you used it right now because there's no reason to. Dwarves are real busy right now. It's a whole lot of putting stuff away, filling water skins, picking up equipments. What kind of jobs are we actually working through right now? It's literally just construct rock blocks. No, I think I'll give both of you guys stoneworking, just so that they can have a profession to do. I know that that's going to get done. Cheers, Bleak. And Chase. Yeah, I mean, if I have to take an early day off, I'll just... I don't know. Because if that's the only day that I can hang out with my little sister again, fuck you guys, I'm going to go do that. You know, family's important and shit. I've told her that it's not the ideal time slot for me, but if that's the only one or the only time slot that works, I'll take it, you know? And now it's just like everybody working together to try and make me take the day off today. I mean, realistically, we'll get to it shortly next week anyway. Oh, did I forget to trade with the elves? I think I did. Of Sega's logo? Huh. Whoa, Disco Disco Waffles is throwing a tantrum. That's not good. You know, our sheriff is too fucking strong. I'm actually gonna swap out the sheriff for somebody else. Because our sheriff has just insta-killed every single person that has been accused of anything. But I think I'm actually going to give it back to Squug. Squug used to really like the job. Squug was our previous sheriff. And Squug has since fixed his mental state. So I think we're going to give it back to Squug. So Squug is getting the sheriff's job back. What, after he killed all of your dwarves? I mean, this is becoming a problem, okay? I assumed with you it was a honest accident, of course. Yep, you're still alive, Bastet. In fact, you are our military commander, and you've brokered 2 deals. By that, I mean you went and threatened 2 different human civilizations so that they bring us stuff every year. No crimes being reported? Doesn't look like any crimes got reported, even though people did certainly, get deaded. You're a very important dwarf, that is true. Don't see any crimes being reported. Thing. I have too many pigs. Let's wait until these piglets all grow up. And we'll slaughter them. We learned about cobalt. Not to be confused with kobolds. Cobalt, the color, not to be confused with kobolds. The fantastical creature that doesn't exist. Let's speak in a language that only Tarn Adams understands. Not gonna lie, that is actually one of my favorite things we've discovered with this stream is how Cobalt language is. What was created, I guess. We're making much in the way of incredibly high quality cloth. Our cloth is worth almost as much as meals. It's kind of ridiculous. I can sell individual pieces of pigtail cloth for exorbitant amounts of money. Am I dyeing it? No. But I've had individual pieces of cloth worth over 1,000 Dwarf bucks. I'm dyeing some of it, but not much of it. Some of it gets auto-dyed, but I'm not really controlling it. I'm not intentionally telling them to dye all of them, though. And they're not dumping that. That's annoying. Let's suspend all those rock blocks. Because I'd very much like all the dwarves to just do nothing. I actually have a lot of jobs I gotta suspend. And cancel, because I want to get all those stockpile stuffs done. Suspend, suspend, suspend. Get all those items dumped. And suddenly a bunch of jobs opened up. Alright, let's see what the dwarves go do. It's a lot of hauling. Yeah, we gotta put everything away. That's what we'll let them do. Let them put things away for a bit. Also, chat, I've got a question for you. Well, first off, I got a story, and then I got a question. I asked Twitter this the other day, too. So the other night, I was really tired. It was the day that I put out the video talking about the video that Kid Fox put out of Tarn talking about Dwarf Fortress. So I streamed for like 9.5 hours that day and then edited for another hour and a half. Long goddamn day. I was exhausted by the end of it. And I was super tired, and I got up after I was done streaming and editing. Oh, hey, shit. Disco Waffles did get pinned with a disorderly conduct. All right, well, let's just watch Squawk and make sure he doesn't kill him. Now, I went to go make dinner, turned on the oven, waited for the oven to heat up, prepped all my food and stuff that was going to go in the oven, got it all ready, and then absentmindedly turned the oven off, set the timer, and the timer doesn't show that the oven is on, and the oven light was still on, like the little indicator that shows that the oven is hot was still on. Cool, you didn't kill him, but you did beat him. Trying to attend a meeting. Someone, go help him out, please. There's my dog cat. You shouldn't be farming in any way. Anybody going to go rescue patients? Anybody? Anyway, I guess what the question is do any of you, have you ever gone to make food, put it in the oven, and then turned the oven off absent-mindedly? And then felt like a fucking idiot for the rest of the day? Man, literally just like pushed him on the ground and then just raffle stomped him for a bit. Good beating. But I think Disco Waffles is dead. Yep, killed him anyway. R.I.P. Disco Waffles. God damn it. Uh-oh. Game's not responding. Ah. Full moon. The way God intended. Too bad God is dead. Can't intend anything. What's up, Neville Ryan? Making sure that I've got open coffins. I do. Although they, yeah, no, they're all full now because Apostles got filled. The heat intimidates you? It intimidated me, and then I learned how to use an oven, and now not so much. Actually, no, then I worked in kitchens for years. That kind of cured me of that problem. There you go. Now they have a tomb for him. Distressing. Poor King. Now single and ready to mingle. Because King was married to Disco Waffles. Now all he has left is Barons, his only son. But Barons doesn't seem to mind, so I guess it's all good. You had someone visit announced a fire only minutes in advance. Oh. plastic fire in the oven. I don't believe I've ever done that, but I have certainly forgot to take a frying pan out of the oven. Luckily, it's fire, like, heat proof. It's an oven-safe pan. Disco Waffles, your lovely partner in crime, went and committed a crime, and then got the shit kicked out of her. So Disco Waffles, unfortunately, has passed. Which is upsetting. I know. Yeah, I mean, I've cleaned restaurant kitchen stovetops with no gloves on for years, so. And like hot oil vats and worked around like industrial ovens that melt plastics, so yeah. A Kia attacked a pig. I don't think I've ever seen a Kia attack a pig before. I think Hobo's finally dead. He's socializing, or trying to socialize. Yeah, I'm sorry, King. So sorry. Wasn't intended. I didn't even realize that Dwarf was depressed enough for that to happen. Yeah, for those of you who missed it yesterday, I am retiring Crypt 7, the emote. Retiring Crypt 7, and we're going to replace it with a saluting Dwarf. It's because it doesn't get used much, and I have a feeling that if we make a saluting Dwarf, it'll get used a lot more. So, if you like that emote, use it while you got it. And if there's demand, I'll chuck it up on FFZ or something. I'm totally fine with keeping old emotes active on other places. Will the Dwarf have black hair? I don't know. I haven't demanded any color of hair from Cooler. It'll have whatever color hair Cooler draws. You never liked it? I liked it, and then I uploaded it to Twitch. But that emote was the well, actually, no, not that one. The Christmas hat version of Crypt Calcium is the reason I stopped using that artist. It was a combination of that emote and the Christmas one that I bought at the same time. He charged way too much, was slow, and wasn't super helpful. Because that was the third iteration of that emote. Took him forever. It was like 3 weeks or something. Wasn't entirely his fault. Like, he kind of went and got a job and a kid, so he got busy, but... Always get dice with high contrast and use tiny dice, which are hard to read. I mean, when I met the guy, when he was still doing art for Twitch, he was a full-time commission-based hentai artist. And so he was just doing commissions all day, and he was super fast and quick and relatively cheap because emotes were small. He charged like maybe 20 bucks an emote. And then he went and got a job working for an animation studio in Japan and moved to Japan. I moved in with his wife out there in Japan, who at the time I think was his long-distance girlfriend. So no idea what he animates, to be honest with you. Look how many dwarves I have smelting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dwarves smelting. Hell of a smelting industry. Speaking of, how are we doing on bars? Probably gonna need to chop down more trees. We haven't done that in a couple years. And yeah, it just became really difficult to work with. Hope it's hentai. mean, maybe. His art was good. Fucking talented at drawing. I mean, I haven't spoke with him in years, so... Type 1 diabetic problems. My finger's bleeding. See automate roast. I really like the way this building turned out. I think it's really nice looking. We're almost done smelting all that ore too. Do, 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 do. And after that, we can just let the dwarves go relax for a bit. But yeah, no, we're retiring it. And I'm sure Cooler can come up with something good, because I think we're kind of all in favor that, along with kind of some of the classic skulls, I think the dwarfs are kind of the best emotes I have. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Are there any emotes that I have that you guys don't like? Do I ever create big sprawling garden mazes? No? Not really? How would you do that? The humans are here to trade, along with the royal treasurers, I think. Or are these the other humans? Yeah, these are the other humans. Which means other humans are going to arrive in a minute. Likely. Kinda don't have anything to trade right now, so we'll just do it this way. I've been thinking about digging a labyrinth beneath this fortress. And buying immortal magical creatures and storing them in there. Stuff like that. Outside of that, I don't know. Not really. And here are the other humans. These are the ones that we were trading with first that bring the royal treasure from the Merchants Guild. This is getting a little silly. We have 2 sets of traders that show up at the same time of year from different factions. Well, that's awful, bro. I really hope that working to death also means lots of overtime pay. My name is Dasil. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Since when are we trading at this same time as the realms of stone? We were not informed of this. But the world is same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchant? Your weird leather shit. We know that you're into the weird shit, like the sperm whale stuff. Also bring some of the basic 3 metals. Thank you. We have finalized the import agreements. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your crop store ship. We are indeed the trade hub of the absolute realm. I mean, come on. Absolute realm has to always be said in all caps. Like, that should be the law. Craft Dwarf ship. Yes, official Joe GG. Not to be confused with all of the unofficial Joes out there. There's a lot of unofficial Joes, but this is the official Joe. Traders have arrived and are unloading their goods, and it's time to trade with both of them. You'd be surprised. What, do people confuse you with the official Joe? You will appear. Okay, I won't. I won't utter the name of such dark, evil creatures. We are a grand trade hub of peace, that's for sure. I know that much about this fortress. I mean, I've never listened to the entirety of the Undertale soundtrack, so couldn't tell you. Well then, we've finalized the export agreement. We have spears, plants, tanned hides, splints, scepters, ammunition, drinks, and figurines and bracelets, thread, and crutches. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. And here comes my trader. Perfect. We'll trade with the first humans first. Give them half of the food. Gonna buy all of those bars. And all of the parchment sheets. We're also gonna buy their goddamn cheese, because it's goddamn cheese. And we're gonna trade. We're gonna trade with the other one. Buy all of the bars that they brought. Is this like a running gag that you do? That's kind of funny. Not like this. Not like this. You even screwed up not like this. This scroll rollers, I'll buy that. An iron ladle. Iron ladle is the worst Iron Maiden cover band. Okay, I summoned him. I mean, I can remove him if you want. Like, if you really want it, I can certainly remove the unofficial Joe from you. I'm more just impressed that you actually had that ready to go. Although unofficial Joe really sucks because he's got his like caps and shit all the way off. Also, no Prime badge? Come on, man. You can do better. I really like the original Crypt of the Necrodancer stuff. Don't really care for the later remixes that they added, you know? Just, I don't know, it just doesn't do it for me. Well, I mean, if you were evil, then your name would be Unofficial Joe's 666 with an X on each end, right? Also, am I the only... Okay, so you know all those, like, edgy kids who have names that are, like, XXX, Monster XX thing? You know when people put X's on either side of their names to look cool? Does anybody else just look at that and go, man, that's really shitty quality you got there? Because it's like, man, that's, like, beyond tattered. What the fuck? Well, here, I'll sort out this moron for you. There you go. Problem solved. You're safe now. No problem. Xbox Series XX, right? I'm really... It's like when people used to just like just put underscores in their name to like be cool with brackets, because I totally didn't have a username like that once. I totally had a username at one point for Counter-Strike which had open bracket, close bracket, and an underscore in the name. I never had an X though. I wasn't that cool. What, 7? Yeah, well, I think for me it was about 09 was when I changed my last one. I totally didn't actually trade with them. No, I did. Never mind, we're good. Whew. I thought I hit escape, not E. What's wrong with X? Putting X at the beginning and end of your name makes you look like a big adult. Tiamat? I know, okay, so true story. I know a kid who grew up, around the same, he was the same age as me, right? That's a weird sentence, that kid who grew up. Anyway, he was around the same age as me. I think he was a year older. And he was my friend's brother. And he was super cool kid, right? And he made the very creative email account, hotmail at hotmail.com. So M-A-L-E at hotmail.com, M-A-I-L, right? Later sold that email address to an adult films company that owned Hotmails at hotmail.com. So he sold it for 20 grand at the age of like 17 to an adult films company. And to my knowledge, they never actually used it, but they had the website, which was like hotmails.com or something. Anyway, it was like a dude-on-dude adult site. He just thought he was being sneaky. But then again, I actually sold a URL for a thing. I had a YouTube account, which I'd used for nothing but one video, and it was this was like 2008, I think. It's when I did all the dumb shit. It was like kind of after YouTube was just getting going. Hotmails.com was up for sale. I mean, I'm not gonna buy it, but I do own my first name, last name at Hotmail, or not at hotmail.com, but .com, and I also own stupidskull.com. I used to own skullskullskull.zone, but I let that one lapse, or I used to be renting it. And I own stupidskull.com. I've always wanted to buy bone.zone, but never been available. Bone is not available. I know someone who owned stolen.bike for a while. He sold it though, which is really funny. Stolen.bike, and it was just a JPEG of his bike that got stolen with a sad face next to it. The local zone is available, potentially. I don't know. The world of buying domains is bad. You should buy that domain and just like redirect it to. Actually, hold on. I wonder. This is my favorite vanity domain. That one right there. It's a really good one. That's a really good one right there. Taco. Of course it's for Taco Bell. Just happy that they own it. All right, so because another dwarf passed away, we get another migrant, which means one person can get into this fortress. Who wants it? I'll pick somebody who hasn't been in before. I'm waiting. Who wants this name? The Servesh the Presser. The Pressure? You'll join, Polkin? I don't do that, Official Joe. I name them after viewers. Otherwise, it's a waste of name. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Clowncore's been putting out new music. Oh, I don't usually think much, says Polking. He is a faithful worshipper of Shin Rusatamber, the Red Rocks. He is the appearance of somebody that is 74 years old and is one of the first of his kind. His hair is dry and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed and his long beard is arranged in double braids. He has short hair that is neatly combed and his eyebrows are incredibly high. His nose bridge is concave and his slightly protruding cobalt eyes have large irises. His eyelashes are quite long and his small-lobed ears are somewhat narrow. He dreams of mastering his skill and sees cooperation as valuable. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and he often feels lustful. Wait, really? I'm kind of surprised by that, but also, that makes a degree of sense. The thing that I like about Clowncore is that they're actually like low-key good musicians. Really, Crow? You really wanted to buy Crob.com? It's like 26,000. Short things are hard to get. That's why I was able to get Stupid Skulls. But can't get Skulls.zone or Bones.zone or Bone.zone. Anyway. Sometimes acts without deliberation and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply abstract, isn't particularly ambitious, and tends to make a small mess of his own possessions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. While you were preparing late night food? Yeah. Well, I mean, we lost Disco Waffles, unfortunately. We've actually gotten 2 migrants today. And Focal Fury was one of them, who I forgot to put in the military, which I just remembered. Speaking of, how's Focal doing? Satisfied at work? Okay, you were euphoric due to inebriation. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. That's good. All right, I need to give New Dwarf a bed. Long-term resident available. Make bedroom. There you go, Polkin. Thanks, Setties. It's just the Night in the Woods soundtrack. Which is also, by the way, 3 hours and 21 minutes long. Granted, a lot of it's like refrains based on the same melodies, but still. You know, speaking of bops, the one thing that I haven't seen anybody talking about, and I need to ask Tarn about this, is the soundtrack. Because one of the things that was announced as part of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress was an expanded soundtrack. But we haven't really heard anything of it. All we've heard is, let me actually show you what we've heard, which is, you're going to hear Tarn's voice in a second, but. That's basically it. That's all we've heard.
Okay, so
And then Tarn starts talking in the video. But I'm assuming that's the music, is the music that's going on in the background of that video. It's really pretty. I want to hear more of it. God damn it. You want Dwarven throat singing? Please, Dwarven beard singing. I mean, I'm just saying, I want it on vinyl. Do I have any tips on getting into this game? You've tried a couple of months ago, but you're finding it really difficult? How did you go about getting into it? Like, what was your, what have you tried? Because I don't want to just recommend things you've already tried. The default recommendation that I always have is just absorb a lot of DF. Not the music from SoundSense? Fuck no. No, the music from SoundSense is a fan soundtrack, which is great, but not what they're doing for the Steam version. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. I am vehemently against tutorial videos when you're starting out. What I do recommend is watch Krug Smash's Your First Fortress, okay? Don't watch any tutorial videos and play vanilla. Now, before one of the 10 people in chat that's about to start angrily typing and say, no, blah, 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 lazy noob pack. No, listen. Listen to me. Listen. If you want to get into Dwarf Fortress, okay? It's very simple. A lot of the tutorials overcomplicate it because they get you to download Lazy Noob Pack and a bunch of tools. All Lazy Noob Pack does, really, is it packages the game for you, right? You don't need any of that shit. Does it make playing the game easier once you know the basics? Yes. You should learn to play the game first and then use those extra tools if you want them. Okay? So if you want to watch a video, watch Krug Smash's Your First Fortress, which is very easy to find. Type in Your First Fortress and to YouTube and you'll probably find it. It's one version behind, but it's still relevant. Everything's still the same. The next thing then is read the Getting Started guide on the wiki and follow that. The problem with a lot of those really big tutorial videos and a lot of the popular tutorial videos is they're just regurgitating the wiki. You'll get the exact same experience minus trying to mimic what they're doing just off of the wiki, and you can look up anything if you have trouble. Third thing I recommend, watch a lot of streams, watch videos. Not necessarily tutorials, streams and videos. Because we can just fucking tell you what the hell to do. If you need instant questions answered, the KitFox Discord's really good. My Discord's also pretty good. And outside of that, it's just a matter of play the game. It'll come to you. It gets easier. It really does. But a lot of people overcomplicate things by telling you that you need Lazy Noob Pack, DF Hack, and tile sets. And realistically, find a simple tile set that looks nice that you like, install that, and just play. Because you don't need DF Hack when you start. You don't need to listen to some faceless bloke regurgitate the wiki for 45 minutes. You don't need that. And yes, people like Captain Duck have really helped a lot of people get into the game. Same with Das Tactic. But here's the big issue with a lot of tutorials. The majority of the tutorials that are famous on YouTube are like 8 years old and super out of date. So not only are they giving you incorrect information in a lot of cases, but they're also, like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's had a lot of stuff in it, right? It's had a lot of stuff added into it. It's also had stuff removed. So not only are you getting out-of-date information potentially, but they're also overcomplicating things. I'm literally just reading the wiki, which you just could go read yourself. Once you kind of have a grasp of the basics, then I'd recommend people like Salford Sal, who kind of do tutorials about things around Dwarf Fortress once you've learned kind of the basics. But when you're first starting out, don't watch tutorials. Just read the Getting Started guide on the wiki, because it's literally just a step-by-step tutorial in wiki format. Also, I'm seeing spots. I'm going to go check my blood sugar. Back in a sec. I think I'm fine. I might just need water, but weird. 2 seconds. I can't tell if you're agreeing with me or not, Archie. All right, I return. Blood sugar is fine. I don't know why I was seeing spots. But yeah, no, the only tutorial that you should watch genuinely, and this is coming from somebody who's made tutorials about this game, the only tutorial you should watch is Krug's First Fortress. Which I will link right here. That's the only tutorial you should watch. Beyond that, just asking for help as help comes up. The biggest problem with this game, for learning it, in my opinion, and I've had people disagree with me, but you're asking me about how I think you should get into the game, there's a lot of myths and issues with this game perpetuated by two things. Old videos that are out of date and articles saying that it's the hardest game to get into because they're watching old videos that are out of date. If the game's not that difficult, it's not that difficult to play once you kind of grasp its logic, and the game has weird logic, yes. But it's no different than learning Factorio or learning any difficult game to learn, any Paradox Grand Strategy game, Civilization. Yeah, it looks complicated when you look at the end game and the end result, but when you're there from the beginning and you take your time and you read everything, it's not that bad. It's really not. It's just overcomplicated by people going about it the wrong way. You don't need to have DF hack and lazy noob pack running in the background, switching between 3 windows with a lot of unnecessary information just to learn to play. You really don't. Those tools can be helpful, yes, but you don't need them. You just got overwhelmed? No, totally. And that getting overwhelmed is understandable. Like, why would you need a kiln? Realistically, I use them like maybe once every 10 forts, right? Like, actually, genuinely, the fuck do kennels do and what are they for? Because I've literally never used them. But, I don't know. I've seen a lot of tutorials and I've watched a lot of tutorials from people who I respect. And I always watch them and just go, this isn't going to help anybody. It's just going to confuse people. Like, especially those ones that are like an hour plus long where it's just like, well, they're doing 2 things. They're saying that in order for the game to be playable, you need to have this graphical tile set. And in order for the game to be playable, you need DF hack. And in order for the game to be playable, you can't live without Dwarf Therapist. And it just sucks. It really, really does. And it kind of bothers me. It's a blessing and a curse, yeah. It's a blessing because the game's really fast and you can immediately go for the build that you want. It's a curse because it's overwhelming for new players. Yeah. What, that it's necessary, Jadal? I mean, can you keep a fortress alive? Well, here's the thing. Did you learn with it? Or did you learn without it and then move to it? Because I learned without it, tried it, hated it, and stopped using it. But here's the thing. You might not be able to play without it, but that doesn't make it necessary for everybody. Your first 2 fortresses were without? Fair enough. I mean, I've kept this one alive for 50 years. I'm playing pure vanilla, so more than that now. 52? I mean, good for you. But, like, I still highly recommend, like, even you did, you know, you played your first 2 fortresses without, right? There's a lot of information that those tools give you that just aren't necessary for anybody. Past 5%, it's like 5.01%. But you'll always, whenever people ask me how they should get into Dwarf Fortress, I will always recommend at least once. No, all of them are unnecessary. Therapist is unnecessary. DF Hack is unnecessary. And tile sets are unnecessary. You can play this game completely vanilla without changing a single setting and have a good time. Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack provide tools that can make the game more approachable for some people, if you're trying to play the game in a specific way. But they don't help you learn the game. Like, I know people who've been playing this game for literally years that didn't know that you can hit V and then go to the P sub menu and add them to your squads, because they always did it in Dwarf Therapist. And now that person has claimed since then they've used the V menu within game to add people to squads instead of for Dwarf Therapist, because it's easier. You don't have to tab out and go to a different menu. Gotta finish up schoolwork, by the way, yes. A little bit of someone says that joke, that you enjoyed it. Left a follow on when your rhyme comes out. Episode. Cheers. Also, if you do need help, Joe, when I'm offline, that's my Discord server. There's a Dwarf Fortress room. Just ask questions and shit. Because I have been live for 7 hours, getting close to 7 hours. Probably when we hit 7 hours, that'll be 5 hours of this fort. Probably, I don't know, I'm feeling maybe some Brigador today. Been a little bit since we played Brigador, and Brigador's on sale, so that would be a good time to play some Brigador. Do a couple freelance missions, blow some shit up. Watch the sparkles and fire. Be fun. Trying to fill up those stone stockpiles. Frankly, that's largely what we're doing right now. Just letting the dwarves fill those up. Another thing that, like, I see a lot with people talking about learning Dwarf Fortress is a lot of people talk about Dwarf Fortress like it's a competitive RTS, using words like meta, using terms like build order, using, like, referring to things as, like, being as productive as possible, and min-maxing things, and it's like, I understand that a lot of people get enjoyment out of playing games that way, but I think that you're losing something if you play Dwarf Fortress that way. Play the game any way you want. I've seen people referring to meta. Your Fortress KDA is good. No, I'm not. To be clear, I'm not referring to you. But I have had people get frustrated at me with the way I build my forts. It doesn't happen often. And it's mostly happened on YouTube. But specifically people yelling about my fortresses being suboptimal. And also, by the way, I don't think I've ever showed you out before. There's this... There is a small group of people, and I've encountered this with streamers before. There was a streamer who, roughly a year ago now, streamed Dwarf Fortress basically every day for about 3 weeks. And they really enjoyed it for the first, like, week. And then they started playing it like an RTS. Settling in the hardest possible biome, setting up the most, like, optimal defense systems they could think of, building, like, statues everywhere and trying to keep their dwarves happy, and, like, min-maxing everything and scripting everything, and burnt out and stopped playing. Constantly getting pissed off at dwarves, and eventually, like, the last time I saw them streaming, they basically said, like, this is not a very good game. Don't understand why people like it. I'm like, well, you play a lot of 4X games and strategy games, and the annual tribute from the Realms of Stone has arrived. And they once again have brought a yak to carry the load. So for me, it's like, try to not do that. You gotta, Dwarf Fortress is best enjoyed slow. It's best enjoyed relaxing. It's best enjoyed taking your time to read every dwarf's description. You know, one of the reasons I see a lot of people arguing that DF Therapist is mandatory is because when you look at a dwarf in DF Therapist, it immediately tells you what they're best at. Sure, it does. And that can make your life a lot easier because you can just immediately look at somebody and be like, all right, well, they're good at this, 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 and this, so click, and there you have that job. But you lose something. You lose this. Earlier, I mentioned that there was somebody who didn't know that you could add people to squads. Well, that same person didn't know this screen existed. They knew that all of the recent thoughts and stuff popped up in Dwarf Therapist, and they knew that their skills popped up in Dwarf Therapist and their stress, but they didn't know all of these details. They didn't know their description and all the other things that is listed in the game in this one big sheet. I would rather any day read this sheet and learn a little bit about my dwarves individually in a little bit more of a personal fashion. I would rather do that any day than stare at a number of their skills. This is... how should I say it? I don't want to say pure. That's a very shitty sounding word. So hard to read? How so? Everything's color coordinated? Authentic? Maybe? I don't know. I feel like I'm getting to know the dwarf. No job go weave, yeah. Genuine, I guess? I don't know. It feels real. But when it's just like all condensed down into a number, it's too wide. It's just like a book to me. I don't know. I mean, you can zoom out. How's that? I don't know. And I talked with Tarn about this because... ooh. They brought an oaken splint, an iron buckler, a maple barrel, a hemp hood, a maple training axe. Ew. God. Disgusting. 1 rope reed bag. 10 finger mullet flower. 1 oaken barrel. 25 sirabrew. Disgusting. 1 bronze helm. And a cougar leather bag. But yeah, anyway, I had this discussion with Tarn at PAX last year, which was... how do I explain it? Because someone asked him the question where... because there was just like, I don't know, like maybe 15 people kind of standing in a circle, just kind of asking Tarn and Zach questions. And somebody brought up, how do you want to solve the spreadsheet problem? Essentially a lot of people demanding DF hack be in the game. And he said that he doesn't want to reduce dwarves down to a spreadsheet and a number because that removes their false sense of autonomy. It's almost demeaning. It's weird. Like when I think Oafslot did this relatively recently where he says, if a dwarf hits X number of stress, I expel them. It's like, but that's no fun. I don't want to know exactly what the stat is. I want to know they're stressed and what made them stressed and how I can fix that. But yeah, at the end of the day, whatever makes you play, whatever makes you have fun, R&D. So, like, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't use it. I'm just trying to explain why I don't use it. Sure, Jim. I mean, I'm just hoping that the Steam version will fix those issues without, like, fix the comprehension issues without ruining the essence of character building that this game does. But I will always vehemently disagree that it is necessary. It can be necessary for certain people. But I don't think it's necessary for everybody, which is why we should be careful with the language of, oh, it's necessary. I mean, so are real life people. You know? We are our search engine data, right? We are a selection of predictable algorithms, but you don't want to see that number. You want to see the face and the person, right? Speaking of people, we got dwarves to trade with. Ba-da-dum-bum. I mean, some people like spreadsheets a lot, you know? Are the kind of people who like spreadsheets? Sure. I think you're losing something. I like spreadsheets, but not for Dwarf Fortress. Some people like being Eve players. Yeah. I mean, it's a reason Zach Adams plays or played EVE Online. I think he just plays chess these days. You always go back to therapist? Fair? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but just saying why I don't. Eve has other people in it, which means I'm allergic to it. To be clear, not saying you're wrong, saying I don't think it's necessary. You think it's necessary. That's fine. Agree to disagree, I guess. I mean, we can give them to them when they come to visit, Stone. Welcome back, Mistum. I'm, once again, still my liaison from the Mountain Home. They've updated our maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Nope, not wood. Although, actually, if I import wood, we could have tower cap and fungi wood. And then I wouldn't need to piss off the elves. Was doing a multiplayer succession fort. I hope the Steam version makes that easier. Like, having an easy way to trade forts back and forth between people would be great. Yep, there's a bunch of people on Twitch doing one right now. Actually, a succession fort. I feel like I would just get really mad if someone had one of my forts. Like, I'd look at it and just immediately have like a mini mental breakdown. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft stores. We have finalized the export agreement. I guess, like, kind of the final argument that I have for not using Therapist. I still think, regardless, you shouldn't learn the game with it because the game is less intimidating without it because there's less windows and things to worry about. But there's a reason Krug Smash's videos do so well. Because of the narratives he's able to generate. And part of the reason he's able, in my opinion, able to generate such interesting narratives and storylines is because he's not reducing them to numbers. And he pays a lot of attention to their character bubbles. See, this is interesting. Fun is talking with a friend. Love talking with mother. The fact that everybody from every fort, or the whole family from every group, is in this fortress is fucking fascinating. Like Wave Thrash, for example, right? Married to Dragon Man, has a bunch of siblings in the fortress, right? They had a child, and they're vicious. Has all of his grandparents in the fort, has all their grandparents in the fort, all their aunts in the fort, and all of their uncles in the fort. That's fucking neat. I mean, the number of years you need in order to have that happen is longer than most people ever will spend in one fort. Straight up. Longer than most people ever spend in a fort. Cheers, Hogan. I actually have to, like, swing by one of your streams sometime. But, regardless, we just had a tantrum. Audio. I hope you commit a big crime. So you go to prison. Not so that you get your shit kicked in. I mean, I can just sit here for an hour and watch my dwarves run around and be entertained. What do you need? Friends, family, decent meals. Want to practice a craft. Well, you've practiced plenty of crafts. I guess literally I just need you to go socialize and watch dances. You want to be around friends. Go be around friends then. Now let me betray you all, right? That's actually what I'm expecting to have happen to this fort, is like some fucking calamity of murders. That's just gonna chain react. Baron's the second has become an adult. He's mortified after having his clothes rot off him. Excellent. Means he's good and tough. You like black bronze, blue diamond, blue jade leather, swordfish bone, and the color clear. All right, well, we'll give you blacksmithing, metal crafting, and furnace operating, which is kind of like the default jobs for everybody. We'll give you masonry because I need more masons. We'll give you hauling because everybody gets those. We're going to give you cleaning lever ups and all those. And bone crafting, leatherworking, and clothes making. Trader has been requested at depot. Can we please trade, guys? Thank you. The color clear, yes. Always a debate. Always a hot debate, that. Whether or not the color clear is actually a color. I had to read that sentence twice, Coldfire, to comprehend. I hatched my first batch of chicks. What? But I guess another thing that should mention is I was in a Discord with having a voice chat with a bunch of people a couple weeks back. And there was this one person who kept talking about how they want to play Dwarf Fortress, but it's too hard. I kept bringing it up, kept bringing it up, kept bringing it up. And it eventually kind of devolved to one of the people in the call just being like, yo, like, dude, just turn on your game and fucking throw up a Discord stream and we'll walk you through embarking. Dude's running DF hack with custom settings so that he can do a custom embark with unlimited points. And he's freaking out about how he needs to bring like every type of cloth, every type, fair enough, cold fire. He's talking about how he needs to bring every type of cloth, different types of stone. We need to make sure he brought 100 flux stone, bringing multiple different types of metals, 10 anvils, bringing 40 dwarf. And we're just sitting there going like, why are you bringing all this shit? And he goes, because like, what if I want to do this stuff? Like, what if I don't find this shit? Yeah, exactly. Dude watched too many YouTube videos, and we're like, no. What are you even doing? And we made him uninstall everything, and then just start the game up with 7 simple dwarves and just start. And he's like, but like, what if I want to do X thing? I'm like, you can just import it. Like, resources are never going to be an issue in Dwarf Fortress. And he's like, but like, what if I want to? He was talking about like, what if I want to like make glass? I need to make sure I have some sand with me, and we're like, no. Just no. And that's a very common problem that I see all the time. Also, hey, Astro. By the way, your dwarf got demoted because you were too good at your job. Yeah, so you were our sheriff. Every single time someone would commit any crime, you'd kill them. Doesn't matter what the crime was. Mild vandalism, you'd walk up to them and punch them once and they'd die. Your dwarf is one punch dwarf. Quite literally. Like, you'd kick them a couple times and then cave their head in. So you got demoted. So, you know, you're still working and you're still quite happy. Relatively scarred for life, but you do honestly think it's great when other people get along. You don't feel anything when you see anything that's dead. You could like you might like some abstract thinking. You know what? Go write a book about your experiences murdering half the fortress. Why don't you? Wait, no, that's a dancer. Scholar. There we go. Go write a book. Put him in the military? Nah. Here's the thing. You don't handle stress well. So you wouldn't do great in the military. So I gave the job back to squad. Certainly is a dark dwarf. He's too good at it. I mean, we could put him in the military. He wants abstract thinking, though. We'll let you think for a while. You can go be a great thinker for a little bit. It's kind of funny. How you doing, Astro? It's good to see you. You killed my wife! Yeah, you did. Actually, no, that was my doctor that killed your wife. But besides the point. Because Squug rightfully beat the shit out of your wife after your wife tantrumed. The difference was my doctor was too busy planting seeds to take your wife to the hospital and patch up her wounds. What sort of manager jobs? Probably like none. We're making 1,000 rock blocks, but they're all suspended, so literally none. I've got no job. Technically, no jobs are getting done right now. It's just the auto jobs right now, and then they're all pondering reproductive behavior and migratory patterns.
This is madness! Madness. This.
Welcome back, Kobo. Yeet. Although I would like to inform you that Coldfire just informed me that Coldfire is you. Yeah. Also, speaking of you, Hobo, your dwarf is kind of useless and has been for a while. Or is your dwarf? To the point where I'm just waiting for you to die at this point. There you are. You're socializing. While Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. The worst thing that seems to have happened to you is you're lonely after being away from family, and you could use some meals. But, like, what do you want to eat? Foxtail mullet flour and white mullet. We have both of those things. You also want to drink whatever the fuck mog juice is, and... Okay, so you prefer to consume leopard gecko, hagfish, sunshine, whatever the fuck mog juice is, foxtail, mullet, flour, and white mullet. You're a depressed piece of shit. Go do work. I don't know what mog juice is, but... Like, to be completely honest, it's the first time I've seen it. Sorry, betting on Blaseball, very important. Is it extracted from mog hoppers? Ew. What is Blaseball? It's the best online sports betting simulator. One could say it is the premier sports online betting simulator. Maybe even the only online sports betting simulator. Where players play in the immaterial plane to compete to be the best sports teams in the world. It's Blaseball. The Discipline Era. Rest in Violence. Which is maybe one of the most Dwarf Fortressian taglines I've ever read that isn't Dwarf Fortress. What is Blaseball? Blaseball is a digital sports betting simulator where you bet on the fake splort, with an L, known as Blaseball. There's a bunch of different teams. And you buy peanuts, because everyone loves peanuts. Everything was peanuts, but now everything is violence. I'm not entirely certain what the fuck's going on with this shit. But the Baltimore Crabs have been shelled, apparently. Several times. What the heck is going on? I haven't paid much attention to what's going on lately. But I've just been betting on my team. I'm a big fan of the Canadian Moist Talkers. Spray it, don't say it. There's you know what? Let's go read the book. Each season of Blaseball shall last 99 games in case of redacted. Season shall redacted. Every day of Blaseball shall last 1 redacted hour. If any games last longer than 1 redacted hour, a spillover shall occur, and games shall be delayed until the next redacted hour. In the case of a game lasting 2 redacted hours, the redacted. The game of Blaseball should be played between 2 teams. Each game should take place in the redacted on the immaterial plane, whether redacted. In the case that redacted, a solar eclipse shall last until redacted. There are redacted in Blaseball, redacted. What else is fun here? Crying in Blaseball is redacted. Yeah, rest in violence. What'd you link, King? I hate you, King. Yeah, anyway, that's Blaseball. You bet on your favorite teams and you watch the players kill each other, sort of. It's sort of like Cookie Clicker, if Cookie Clicker was an MMO and also does a really good job of procedurally generating storylines. That's why I like it. If a player is shelled, it means that it is encased in a peanut shell and cannot do anything. Oh. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I haven't paid much attention to this past season. I've been streaming so much and busy so much after streaming that I just haven't been paying as much attention as I could be, frankly. It's interesting enough that Caves of Cud developers have been playing it, and Tarn Adams has stated on an episode of DF Talk that he says, in his words, I guess I'm a fan of the Seattle Garages because they're local, right? So, yeah, you should play Blaseball because we are all of Blaseball, and Blaseball is for everyone. Rest in violence. Everything was peanuts. They get shelled and their idle level is above the red line. Oh. All hail peanut bomb. I would buy a peanut bomb. I'm just going to throw that out there. Oh no, audio is throwing a tantrum. That was only a matter of time though. I actually have a YouTube video about why I love Blaseball. You ordered a mic a couple of days ago. You didn't go with the AT2020, but the 2005, $70. Okay, fair enough. You're not podcasting. I think it'll do. It's a better price for you. What do you guys think? I mean, it's a solid microphone. The AT2020 is... The reason I and a lot of people recommend the AT2020 is if you have an AT2020, you're never going to need to upgrade. If you go for the lower end, you'll probably want to upgrade it after having it for a bit because you'll start to see the problems, but still a solid entry mic, yeah. Good value for money for sure. I'm very happy that is a thing that you get. You knew fuck all about mug juice and now you just looked it up and you love it? Wait, you love it? Why do you love mug juice? Wait, hold on a second. Are you hanging out? Why is there... What are you doing? Why is there so many dwarves hanging out? Oh. I know why. 'Cause this is a library, technically. Is there any books in there? There's a book in there! So, I felt bad for Jellybutt, because Jellybutt has been in prison now for like 20-something years alone. So I made a library down there and called it the Imprisoned Library. Yeah, I know. They put out a whole new campaign. Bobo. But anyway, so I made it into a library. I guess they're like hanging out down there now. Dwarves are playing musical instruments. It's literally the only reason extract from raw fish. Is it a real thing? Or is it like a made up thing for Dwarf Fortress? But yeah, no, I would highly recommend signing up and messing about with Blaseball because it's great. It's fictional, good. Because that's disturbing if it's not. Although if it was real, it would be a thing entirely for how the heck are they going? It would only exist for the purpose of Finland. Like only, actually no, Sweden probably would be the only people that actually use it. Somebody must be organizing a demonstration. Sweden, the country of fish jello. It's not sports, it's splorts. Okay? Splorts. I said Sweden 3 times when Halfdanskin showed up. What's up, dude? Oh, we're just talking about extracting drinks from fish. Sounds like something you guys would do. Or your neighbors would do. Also, the game's frozen. It's thinking about something. We should let it do its stuff. Yes, but like, you see, you're not speaking it out loud. You're typing it in. I can agree. Clam juice is shit. I mean, what? Coughing your lungs out? You okay? Lay off the chain smoking, eh? Although, jokes aside, I hope you're okay. The Stonecrafter charges at the buzzard. The buzzard looks surprised by the ferocity of the Stonecrafter's onslaught. The Stonecrafter collides with the buzzard. The buzzard is knocked over. The buzzard misses the Stonecrafter, and the Stonecrafter punches the right lower leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Stonecrafter stands up. The herbalist charges on the Stonecrafter. Oh no! Why are you guys hitting each other when you're trying to go after the buzzard? There they go. Much better. Just kill the buzzards. I always have mild panic attacks thinking they're killing my dwarves. They're not. They're just killing buzzards. Cheers, Jamie's at screamed, I want to puzzle over something. It's frustrating. What? So... The Swordmaster slashes the buzzard in the fourth toe. And the force twists the left foot. And the severed part sails off and on twists off the foot. And is screaming, I have a part in this. This might require an answer. And then the last thing Cheers Jamie says is, I want to puzzle over something. It's frustrating. Are you dead? No, poking? I don't know. Are you? You'd be a better judge of that than me. Nope, you're socializing alone. Perfectly happy. You like your bedroom. You watched the performance. You're enraptured remembering your fantastic bedroom, in fact. I've never actually had a Clamato, to be honest with you. Wants to become a scholar? Isn't Cheers Jamie already a scholar? I mean... Sounds like a dwarven drink. Dwarves don't make alcohol out of fish. Lead a growing demonstration. Well, I hope that you're enjoying leading a growing demonstration. She feels proud after teaching growing. Wait, Mog Juice doesn't have booze in it? What's the point of it then? Whoops, that's not what I wanted to dump. I really need you dwarves to kill those bloody birds before they kill us. Raiding maybe? I guess. But then again, somehow the humans can make barrels of gremlin tears, which is not a bug, it's a feature. Oh, it's a cooking ingredient. Oh, this makes so much more sense now. So it's like a fish sauce then. Okay, that makes sense. Here I thought it was a beverage. It was called juice. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Younger children? No. First thing you do with a baby dwarf is you give it beer. Otherwise, it'll die. It's very important. You give baby beer, and then you give baby to mom. After you give baby beer. God, so many random animal corpses here. Well, this is much more efficient than the way that we were doing it before. And winter is upon us. You can thank Terry Pratchett in that one line from Tolkien. But you know what isn't a weird concept? Is that we're going to have Tarn Adams on the stream again. Next week. I'm not going to say what day because it's not locked in. But next week, Tarn will be on the stream. I can say it's probably going to be around 3 p.m. Same as last time. So if you didn't get a question asked last time or you want to get a question asked, I will have, hopefully by the end of tomorrow, a video and a little forum where you can submit a question. Try and get that done tonight and have it up for tomorrow. And I'll make a Reddit thread and a few other things once I actually have the actual on date. I've had mead many times. Mead's delicious. I've had plain mead, raspberry mead, nut mead. Like I had an almond mead once. I had a hazelnut mead. The plain mead was probably my favorite. The hazelnut mead was really good. Hobo makes his own mead. Yeah. I love mead. Mead is delicious. Spiced mead is also very good, yeah. And if you're talking about in Dwarf Fortress, I've also made mead in Dwarf Fortress. Kind of tedious, but you can do it. It's just annoying because you need jugs, which are like not used for anything else. Actually, this fortress would be really easy to make mead. Just put them like on top of this building or one of these buildings. Pull the lever, Kronk. There we go. All the garbage has been dealt with. Masterwork of Jackie's been lost. Masterworks of Jackie are all food. So the birds are stealing food. There's still one buzzard left. And yep, it's stealing food. In fact, it's carrying sperm whale's sweetbread roast. You want to hear something funny? One time a legendary orc warlord in Warhammer Fantasy killed my king, Dwarf's wife, while pulling him off her husband and breaking his back over her knee. Killed by an angry housewife. I mean, don't fuck with the angry housewife, right? Doing okay over there, Barons. This dwarf just doesn't feel anything anymore. But he's satisfied at work, so that's good. Gonna go drink. Don't blame him. You know, that's both, like, totally true, but also at the same time, one of the most, like, oppressive, scary sentences just that exists. Period. You know what I mean? I told us, it's terrifying. So chat, I'm gonna do a thing. It's been a good day of DF today. You know, we got a bunch of new followers on the channel. We got it's a monumentous occasion because we got the last of the boulders cleared up. And we've got this rock pile almost filled. Working on the 3rd level. And hopefully that'll be the majority of the boulders in the fortress going forward. Granted, there's still, you know, a lot of stuff down here, which sucks. But it is what it is. And, you know, it's also in the basement for a reason. So I kind of like the way this lower area looks. I think it's really nice. It's this kind of large, sprawling, open chasm that we're digging out. Kind of like our own personal caverns in a way. Fair enough, Astro, but I still think it's spooky. I don't know if I can explain why, but I do think it's spooky. Anyway, it's essentially putting someone else's happiness in front of your own, which is selfless and nice, but at the same time speaks to a massive problem in society. Anyway, but existential dread aside, we've done very good in DF today. It's been about 5 hours of fort. The fort is still continuing to grow and become more and more daunting. We are past 5% done with the end goal of this fortress, which means we still have a long fucking way to go. And, yeah, we're getting there. I'm not ending the stream yet, but we are done with DF for today. If you're just here for Dwarf Fortress, I'll remind you all that over on my YouTube channel, there is a lifetime supply of VODs and other various YouTube-related Dwarf things. If you just want to watch Dwarf Fortress, however, the Scoundrel M as well as Hoagie are both live playing DF, both fantastic YouTube streamers. YouTube streamers? Why do I keep saying the word YouTube in places it shouldn't be? Dwarf Fortress streamers. You can go watch one of them if you'd like. We're going to switch games now, though, and I'm going to give it up to you guys because I kind of have 2 games that I'm kind of feeling right now. So I'm going to start a poll real quick of what game you guys want me to switch to. The options are Brigador because it's on sale and Stalker because I think we're close to the end, or at least in the latter half of that game. So let me know what you guys would like to see the remainder of the stream. Last 2 hours or so. I don't know what BitChute is. Never heard of BitChute. You will flip a coin? Well, be quick. Also, it's probably not easy as just simply dropping videos in a thing, especially if I've never heard of a platform. You don't think your vote mattered? No thank you. I mean, it's a terrible name and I've never heard of it. I'll Google it, but probably won't. Here's the thing, right? I'm not looking for alternate streaming platforms. No, this looks awful. everything about this looks awful. No, I'd rather not have my content on this trash. Especially seeing the people that they're featuring. I mean, the first 5 videos I see are right-wing propaganda. I see InfoWars. I see conspiracy shit. I see shitty news relayers. I see... Yeah, no, I don't want my content anywhere near that garbage. Fuck that shit. No, not gonna put my content anywhere near or around that hole. Anyway. So, the people have spoke. We're gonna go stomp around in mechs for a bit. Sure, but I don't want to be even remotely associated with any of that crap. And you can be honest and say that it's an uncensored platform. That's not always a positive thing. There's censored and then there's moderated. Same reason I don't want to be associated with 4chan.